Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 3 of What If Naruto was a member of the House of Gremory in high school DxD. Before we begin, don't forget to like and subscribe for more amazing content, and also go and support the author, link in description. This is an outrage. We demand the Gremory house take action on this matter. The room was filled with dozens of angry voices that yelled at the people across the table. One side argued while the other sat down silently and listened intently to their concerns about the matter at hand. And while these arguments went off, a set of magic circles was playing the video of the matter in question. The match between Rias Gremory and Riser Phoenix. Specifically, the last few moments of the rating game, where the illegal piece under Rias Gremory's servitude revealed a technique never before seen in the rating game matches and proceeded to hand Riser his generous immortal ass. Sitting on one side of the table were two youthful men with crimson-red hair atop their heads and both wearing formal red attire. One had his long hair going partially down his back with a small concentration of stubble on his chin. The other man had shoulder-length hair with no visible facial hair, and hanging off the back of his chair was a very large and extravagant cape signifying his high standing. And standing behind them were their respective partners. One was Grafia, the head maid of the Gremory house. The other was a beautiful woman who did not look a day over 20, with shoulder-length brown hair and a voluptuous body. The older gentleman raised his hands in a peaceful manner and tried to defuse the situation. Now everyone, let's not get hostile. I'm sure we just need to take a moment and calm ourselves. Lord Gremory, one of the administrators of the rating game, spoke up to the current head of the Gremory household. He pointed to the playing video. Tell us truthfully, were you aware of this man's abilities before the rating game was initiated? The head of the house shook his head. No, I was not aware of this young man's abilities before the rating game. In fact, Rias herself told me she was not knowledgeable about this Naruto Uzumaki's power until that moment in the rating game. Yes, well, it seems very convenient that your daughter would say that considering the stakes she had in this match. Lord Gremory narrowed his eyes and decided to let that insinuation pass before he coughed. Gentlemen, the parameters and rules for this rating game have been discussed and set at length over the last few days. This match was agreed upon and passed by many of you when we held it for discussion. And this is not the first time a combatant has revealed a hidden ability during a rating game before, and it certainly won't be the last. So why are we bringing this matter up with such controversy now? Sir, we are bringing this up because of the mystery surrounding this illegal piece. The playback paused and settled on the image of Naruto standing in the middle of the destroyed street after his initial attack on Riser. The administrator continued, we originally allowed this man to participate in the match despite his status because Riser Phoenix requested that every member of Rias Gremory's peerage be eligible for battle. But we did not anticipate that he would be the driving force behind Rias Gremory's victory. Excuse me. The younger of the two men, Sirzechs Lucifer, interjected by raising his hand. He added, I don't mean to be rude, but didn't we already come to the decision that he could participate in the match? The actions and techniques of this young man are a moot point in that regard, just a trump card he had most likely hidden until this time for the benefit of surprise. The point is that the match has concluded and my sister has been announced the victor. Or are all of you truly upset because you didn't expect Rias to actually win the match and become Riser Kun's bride without any incident? A few of the administrators gritted their teeth at the Mao's calm attitude before one of them coughed. Lucifer-sama, you told the board that initially, it was you that gave your sister the additional piece that she used to resurrect this man, correct? He nodded, yes, but I was not aware of its continued function. It was originally given to me by Ajuka Beelzebub, stating that it was just a useless, ineffective piece that was cluttering his workplace and he had nowhere else to put it. I gave it to Rias as a gift, truthfully because it had also started to collect dust on my desk as well. I had no intention or awareness that it could still be used to bring someone back under their servitude. A convenient story, sir. What are you implying? The board is very aware of your longtime interactions with Ajuka Beelzebub-sama, the creator and founder of the evil pieced system, going back all the way to when you were just boys. We are also aware that you care deeply for your younger sister and her safety. As any older brother should. What's your point? Our point is that there is a chance that you and Beelzebub-sama were cohorts on this matter and created a piece that violates the rules of the evil pieced system. You then proceeded to find someone of ample ability and made them a part of your sister's peerage so that they may cheat in this game. Sirzechs showed no outward emotion or offense to the accusations being thrown at him as the administrators started to mumble and yell in agreement. Excuse me. They all shut up when the brown-haired woman besides Lord Gremory's side finally spoke up during the meeting. She spoke with a collected and stern voice. I understand the urgency and concern with this matter and that my daughter's victory is coming under question. As nobles, we are ready to work out a solution as long as it may take to reach. However, she opened her eyes and her blue orbs conveyed layers of strict will underlining her voice. I would appreciate if you did not come to my family and make the assumption that they are cheaters to their faces. It conveys quite a bit of incivility to do so. The administrators and political officers shook in fear at the brunette madam of extinctions, subtle warning for them to stop talking. They had more arguments to bring up, but Venelana's cold stare had shut them up immediately. I'm sorry, but may we interject on this matter? Everyone looked towards the two blonde men sitting across from the Gremory family who had been quiet during the entire argument. The younger man, Ruble Phoenix, sat up straight and spoke formally. I am sure that many people are bringing this match into question and hoping for clarification from the Gremory house. But I believe that I speak for everyone in the Phoenix house when I say, we are quite content with the result of this match, and we have no qualms with the Gremory family after seeing this match. What? One of the officers looked to the next heir of the Phoenix family and questioned, Ruble-sama, surely you jest. Not in the least. We settled on the parameters of the match before it was played and the results were clear. My brother and his peerage could not win against Rias Gremory and her peerage. Despite this young man's surprising show of skill, you all seem to have missed a very crucial detail of the match. Ruble started fast-forwarding the video until it showed the part of Rias delivering the final blow and played on a loop. Ruble sat back down. Rias Gremory was the combatant to land the final blow and win the match against Riser. As such, she rightfully deserves the victory and her decision to cancel the marriage with my brother. For confirmation Ruble turned to the older blonde besides him. What do you think, father? Lord Phoenix nodded. Indeed. Truth be told, I am actually quite happy with the outcome. Riser has become rather arrogant as of late due to his victories in the raiding game. The Phoenix power of regeneration and immortality are amazing, but rely on them too much and you will become weak. This loss will no doubt be an eye-opener for him to grow from. The blonde man folded his arms and thought, granted since he returned from the match several hours ago he's been nothing but a blubbering mess, but I'm sure he'll get over it. While the officials looked at the Phoenix family in shock, Sirzechs and Lord Gremory nodded in appreciation. The older redhead bowed his head. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Phoenix. Say nothing of it, old friend, it's always good to see the younger generation taking strides and growing stronger. He looked at the other head and asked, where is young Rias anyway? Enjoying her victory, no doubt. Actually, she's taking a moment to rest in her room. She has to return to the human world after this and she feels exhausted after the fight. Ruble nodded. Yes, well, this match has opened many eyes to not underestimate your daughter in the future. It also showed us that maybe it would be for the benefit of our opponents if we did not give every member of our household a phoenix tear so that they may heal. Definitely something worth discussing. Ruble then fiddled with the video so Naruto appeared in the holograph and asked, and it would probably be for the benefit of everyone to avoid coming to this meeting again by discerning this boy's future in raiding games. Speaking of which, where is he at this moment? Sirzechs smiled. Oh, eagerly waiting to return to his home, no doubt. Devil. This is so boring. Naruto bemoaned as he was spread out across a bench located in one of the halls of the Gremory castle. He had been here for at least an hour and no one, not even a servant working in the massive castle, had walked by him yet. It had been several hours ago that the raiding game had been finished and he and Rias had been teleported back into reality. Although this probably wasn't Japan, given that the sky was purple and that there were strange monsters flying around in the sky without anyone freaking out. Rias was a devil. This was her family's home. The sky was different and there were monsters flying around. Was this hell? Meh. Not that bad a place. Anyway, after they had returned from the match, they were separated and treated in different places for their injuries. Naruto was grateful they had fixed his ear, back, and abdomen because those were fucking killing him near the end of the game. He hadn't seen anyone else from the orc yet, but he guessed that they were being healed as well. After he was treated, he had his destroyed clothes removed and replaced by a set provided by the Gremory servants. Although he expected something extravagant and flashy, it was actually just a pair of black jeans and a crimson jacket with the Gremory crest woven in black over the back. Did this mean he had to buy another school uniform after the other one was destroyed? Because that was bullshit if he did. He already had to pay for several work aprons after losing them and he didn't want to have to buy another uniform. Wait, that really didn't matter right now. What mattered was that Naruto was brought here by Grafia before telling him to sit down and wait until she came to get him again. Since then he's walked down both ends of the massive hallway, looked at the beautiful paintings and pictures that covered the wall, before deciding to just sit down and wait until Grafia came back. Naruto raised his legs up and rested his arms behind his head before looking up at the ceiling far over his head. He had become so used to this situation that he didn't need it explained to him. He had misbehaved and done something wrong, so he was asked to wait outside while the grown-ups discussed what he did, and then he would be punished. Different culture and world but same method for dealing with troublemakers. He just really wished that Rias wasn't going to be in trouble as well. She had fought in that game with everything she had and she pulled a win out, no matter what anyone says. She deserved her freedom and choice to marry or not. And if the people weren't satisfied with that, he hoped his reckless attitude rubbed off on her enough that she would tell them to go fuck themselves. He sighed and closed his eyes, hoping that time would pass a little faster and that Grafia would return soon. Ah, I see the gallant hero wishes to take a nap after his escapades. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise when he heard the strong, booming voice next to him. He leaned his head back and saw the upside-down figure of a very large young man standing over him. The man had a striking, honest smile on his face that seemed to look down at Naruto not in contempt or suspicion but with sheer eager curiosity. He had dark black hair and violet eyes, with his large arms folded across each other patiently. The two men were just staring silently at each other, one in surprise that he had been caught off guard and the other waiting to speak with the resting fighter. Naruto spoke first. Hi. Hello. Can I help you with something? Honestly, I just wanted to meet you in person. I wouldn't mind sitting with you for a bit if it's not too much trouble. Naruto blinked in confusion before he took his legs off the bench and opened a spot for the larger boy to sit with him. The black-haired man nodded and took the seat beside him. Crack. They immediately fell on their asses as the wooden bench splintered and broke beneath them. The two men blinked in surprise before looking down at the pieces of wood that surrounded them before looking towards each other. Naruto waved it off. Don't worry, I'm pretty sure I wore this thing down a lot before you got here. The other young man grinned and shook his head. Oh no, believe me, this is not the first time this has happened. I could not keep track of how many chairs and stools have broken lately because I sit down on them so quickly. I must be gaining weight. The two young men chuckled a little at the circumstance before they both started laughing loudly. They kept laughing until Naruto lowered it into a chuckle and introduced himself. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, by the way. Yes, I'm aware of that. I saw the match. The smiling man nodded his head. My name is Sairaorg Bale. Nice to meetacha. Naruto placed his hands behind him and leaned back comfortably. So, what brings you here? Did you get in trouble too? Oh no, I was just interested in seeing Rias match this morning. Sairaorg corrected. This was her first time fighting in a rating game and I wanted to cheer her on. Naruto looked at the taller man in surprise before raising an eyebrow. You know Rias? He thought for a moment and tried to recall if Rias ever mentioned a guy like this as a friend before realizing they had never really gotten into the topic before. He looked towards Sairaorg. Are you a friend or something? I'm her cousin. Oh. Naruto was actually more surprised by that answer than what he was thinking. Rias was a girl with unbelievable looks and a delicate face that would probably make supermodels green with envy. And this guy looked like he ate a bear for breakfast. Naruto lamely continued, I never would have guessed that. Yes. It is a rather strange connection with many extenuating circumstances, but she is my cousin and I wanted to cheer her on. He leaned in. Also, I believe she could have used the support considering the stakes of the match. You mean the whole having to marry the great flaming D-bag with wings, right? If you were referring to her marriage ceremony with Riser Phoenix then yes. Sairaorg sat back as well and looked at the wall. The truth is that many devils hold great expectations and hopes when two pure-blooded devils are betrothed to each other. They hope that if two high-class devils can continue creating more pure-blooded devils, they'll be able to continue this hierarchy system where nobles and royalty stand at the top and those without households or special talents will stick to the bottoms of the caste system. Trying to assert to their citizens that they stand on top as the head of the body, and the plebeians shall stay at the bottom as the feet. Naruto hummed as he understood the train of thinking and stared forward at the wall. Before he spoke honestly, that sounds absolutely fucking awful. It is. Sairaorg nodded in agreement. Truthfully, I despise the idea that those without a special talent or ability should just be thrown aside or abandoned like that. Those born at the bottom without anything only have something to gain if they try hard enough. Another grin came across Sairaorg's face, so I'm quite happy that a stranger like you came along, threw their expectations back in their faces, gave Rias a chance to win her freedom and ruin their plans so brutally. Naruto smirked. Should you be saying that out loud? Won't you get in trouble for speaking like that? I'm eager to see them try. The two troublemakers chuckled again as they came into common ground on the familiar feeling. Sairaorg nodded before adding, although I doubt you were aware of how this would set them back, and you were more focused on one aspect of the match more than anything. Naruto kept a small smile on his face before shrugging his shoulder. Well, Rias came to me a few days earlier and nearly started crying in my apartment. I guess I just can't turn a person down when they start sobbing in front of me. That is a simple and good reason for sticking by Rias' side through this hardship. But you should know that in doing so, you have garnered a lot of attention from your battle. From this point out, you will no doubt have many people looking at you and wondering just what makes you tick. And why would you think that? Because one of those people is sitting right beside you at this moment. Naruto looked towards Sairaorg as the tall man stood back up and dusted his pants. He turned around and nodded at the blonde. If Rias has chosen you to stand by her side, then just like every other member of her peerage you must be someone she puts much of her trust and faith in. And you have proven that title and status will not deter you from doing what you think is right for your friends. I respect that. And I hope to see just what you have to show and offer in a fight myself one day, because I am sure that it will be a day I will never forget. He offered his hand and grinned. I hope to hear more about you someday soon, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto looked at the large hand offered to him and took it as he was lifted back to his feet. He shook the other boy's hand and nodded, maybe we will. Sairaorg nodded before they separated and he started walking back down the hallway to return to his own household. Naruto waited a moment until Sairaorg was out of sight so he could gingerly rub his hand and moan in pain. Holy shit. That guy's grip was like an iron clamp. He could tell that Sairaorg wasn't even trying to be intimidating or show off when they shook hands, that was just his base strength for shaking hands with people. Naruto had to thank whatever was giving him his old strength back or else his hand would probably look like squashed sausage right now. Naruto-sama. Naruto turned around and saw that Grafia had finally returned and was standing there patiently with her hands interlocked in front of her. The two individuals looked down at the pile of broken wood that was once a bench. Naruto blinked before looking at the maid with uncertainty. I don't have to pay for that, do I? Grafia shook her head before motioning him to follow. Please follow me, Naruto-sama. There is someone that wishes to meet you before you return home. Devil. Grafia had led them to a large, wooden door located in one wing of the castle. They had passed several maids and butlers along the way as they whispered between each other and looked at the blonde with interest. There were several voices conversing from the other side of the door as the silver-haired maid knocked on the door. Sirzechs-sama, I have brought him to see you. The voices stopped immediately and a strange silence hung in the hallway as Naruto waited for some kind of response. The large wooden doors slowly opened up and four diverse men stepped out from the study. One was a man wearing a haori and hakama over his kimono and a sword strapped to his side. The man besides him had a mixture of long black and blonde hair down his back and was adorned with a red robe that unnerved Naruto to no end. Behind them was a younger man with brown hair, wearing a suit with a fluffy white collar jacket over it, holding himself proudly and without mistake. And finally, standing in the back of the group, was an absolutely massive man with a rough face and wild orange hair. They were strong. They weren't even consciously trying, and Naruto felt a wave of power and intimidation wash over him when they looked at him. He showed no emotion and steeled himself but silently wished that he still had his knife with him at the moment. But against his expectations, they all just had varying degrees of smiles directed towards the young man as they walked by him with congratulations before continuing down the hall. The swordsman walked by and nodded towards him. I know it may seem like a strange situation is playing out, but on behalf of the Gremory servants I want to thank you for helping Heim in that match. You were truly an amazing fighter for such a young man. Those techniques you used were both foreign and yet strangely familiar. The robed man said as he muttered more to himself than speaking to Naruto. I should probably take the time to watch the tapes and review what occurred. That was a splendid match. The brown-haired man patted Naruto's shoulder with a grin. I'll have to keep an eye on you to make sure you don't sneak up behind us and make us look bad by comparison. Ha ha ha. The large ginger man behind him laughed before correcting. I'm pretty sure he would only catch you by surprise, Bayo. The shorter man looked back and whined indignantly. See, come on, second San, I was just trying to make conversation with Haim-sama's pawn. You don't have to make fun of me at every turn. Then you shouldn't make it so easy. The large man said before he realized he had congratulated the whiskered blonde yet and slapped him on the back. Great work out there, kid. Crack. Naruto's mouth opened wide and he struggled to keep in a yelp of pain as he felt something in his back creak after the powerful pat on the back. Once again, another ridiculously strong guy that used way too much strength on accident. The four strange men continued walking and talking between each other as Grafia stood aside to allow Naruto inside the study. He stepped inside the large room and saw a young, crimson-haired man sitting on his desk with a pleasant smile on his face. He looked Naruto over a moment before speaking to the maid. Grafia, could you give us a moment? Maybe go check on Rias and see if she's up yet. Of course, Sirzechs-sama. The maid complied and walked out before closing the doors behind her. An uncomfortable silence settled between the two men as they were left alone in the study. Sirzechs reached back and picked up a sheathed knife. The healers passed this over to me while they were treating your injuries. They didn't know what to do with it and didn't want to touch it because it was covered in holy water. Clever tactic, by the way. Sirzechs reached out to hand the knife back to its rightful owner. Naruto nodded and took it back, pulling it out and observing its blade before pushing it back in and pocketing it. Sirzechs smiled and nodded to the young man. I'm Sirzechs Lucifer, Rias' older brother. I'm sure she's told you a lot about me. Naruto blinked and looked around awkwardly before shaking his head. Actually, I think she only mentioned you once or twice. Oh. His smile fell and a look of displeasure passed before he hummed, well, that's unfortunate. And a little mean of Rias. His smile returned. Nevertheless, it is a pleasure to finally meet you in person, Naruto Uzumaki-kun. Nice to meet you too. Naruto answered before settling into a relaxed posture and asked, so was there a reason I had to sit outside for so long? I'm getting the distinct feeling like I'm in trouble. Oh, I can promise you that we were all in trouble after your performance in the raiding game. But thanks to some rather reasonable talking with the Phoenix heads, we were able to get out of it rather free of blame. Good thing about politics, you can get out of most corners just by telling the other side they're right and they should get what they want. Sirzechs did give the younger man an apologetic look. Unfortunately, there is more than a strong chance you are forbidden from acting in any raiding games from this point on, considering you would be the 9th pawn in a set of 8. Sorry, but they wouldn't let up unless we came to some kind of compromise. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Well, I guess that makes sense. He sighed and shrugged his shoulders. Rias probably won't take it very well. Or she might be so happy right now she doesn't even realize what's happening, considering she doesn't have to marry that prick anymore. Sirzechs chuckled a little and nodded before folding his arms. I've already apologized to Rias, but only time will tell if she can come to forgive me. So I should take the time to apologize and thank you and every member of her peerage for making up for my mistake. You see, this whole quagmire about the marriage between Rias and Riser-kun was because my father and I had to reach an agreement with the Phoenix family for the children of the family to marry. And since I have technically left the Gremory family, Rias had to shoulder that burden and marry Riser. Naruto looked at Sirzechs strangely before raising an eyebrow. Why would you force Rias into an arranged marriage like that if you knew she was against it? I'm pretty sure if you're Rias' family then you aren't as heartless as that. Sirzechs nodded in agreement. You're right. Maybe if I tried a little harder we could have found some kind of compromise. But we didn't have the time to figure it out. Sirzechs scratched his chin before looking up at the young man. Centuries ago, the devils were led by 4 leaders known as the Mao. They were cold, ruthless, heartless, and willing to do anything they could to make themselves the strongest power. But they died, and the result of that was the 3 powers have been in a stalemate and relative time of peace since then. Certain devils had to take up the names of the Mao and adopt the position of leadership so that the devils could still follow them without falling into chaos. That's what I did. I had given up my name and my position so I could help the devils, so that they did not have to experience a time of war and pain like that ever again. Naruto's confused expression softened and he looked aside in thought as he started to understand what the older gentleman was trying to do. Sirzechs sighed tiredly and shook his head. In the process I forced all of the responsibilities and duties I would have had to shoulder on Rias, but I knew there was very little she would face that she could not handle herself. I didn't act as the brother that loved his little sister, but as a politician doing what was best for his people. This decision on the marriage between 2 pure-blooded devils was planned for quite some time, with people doing whatever they could to ward off any complaints and make it go off without a hitch. I just wanted my sister to be safe, without realizing I was putting her happiness at risk by doing so. She might not be able to forgive me, but knowing she's strong enough to take care of herself, and that she has people that will protect her if things ever got too bleak. Sirzechs smiled and looked down at the floor. I guess that's more than I could have ever hoped for. Naruto looked at the crimson-haired man. Well, she's strong enough to take care of herself now. But, I guess I see where your concern came from. I can't really say I would have done the same thing. But I guess that's the thing about siblings, you'll never really understand what they'll do to help each other. I suppose you're right. Sirzechs smiled and nodded to the younger man. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Naruto took a moment and stared at Sirzechs firmly. He continued to look at the powerful Satan as the man noticed his stern look. Naruto shook his head before finally asking, I know you. I can't remember how but I've seen you before. Like. Deja vu. Sirzechs answered for him, earning a look of confusion and hesitance from the younger blonde. Sirzechs stood up and walked over to the younger man. Well, there's a reason I might seem familiar. You and I have a few times before, but those were usually only in times when you regained consciousness for moments before disappearing again. Sirzechs stood in front of the whiskered blonde and smiled. I was the one who paid for your medical support after Miyamoto-san couldn't afford to do it anymore. I was also the one that offered you the scholarship into Kuo Academy when you woke up. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as the handsome crimson-haired man stood there and smiled. Naruto couldn't believe this. He knew that Gramps only paid for the first few weeks of his support after he was first brought to the hospital and then someone else footed the bill without any notice after that. And he always wondered who it was that offered him the scholarship to Kuo but never met him in person. Naruto stepped backwards and shook his head before looking at Rias' brother oddly and asking, why? Why would you do that? Because you're an anomaly, Naruto-kun. Someone who appeared after a strange phenomenon passed over this world. Sirzechs answered honestly while looking straight at the blonde boy. More than a year ago, there was a strange sense of energy that flooded over the world for only an instant before disappearing completely and leaving no trace to be found. Suddenly, I find out that there was a boy admitted to the hospital in Kuo town on the same day as that occurrence, riddled with severe injuries and had fallen into a deep slumber. I decided to pay for your bills and keep a close eye on you because I believed you might have been the key to discovering the mystery behind that phenomenon. Several months later you woke up but despite what I thought, you did not seem any different from a normal person. Your energy levels were normal and you were going through physical therapy at a surprising rate but nothing staggering. So I decided to offer you a scholarship to Kuo Academy, so we could keep an eye on your progress over time. For a while I believed you were just a normal young man that had come under unfortunate circumstance. Sirzechs created a magic circle and showed the video of Naruto's sudden bout of super strength and power during the raiding game, Until I found out my sister resurrected you with a piece that should have never worked in the first place, and that you had an extraordinary power you haven't revealed all this time. And when Rias told me she didn't know you could do this either, I thought it would be appropriate that I ask you personally what this was all about. Naruto furrowed his eyes at the stern expression on Sirzech's face as a tense atmosphere settled between the two. Naruto conveyed subtle nervousness on the subject that the Mao immediately spotted on the blonde's usually solid mask. The stern expression on the Mao's face disappeared as he sighed and shut his eyes. A small smile came on his face and he shook his head, or I can realize that I should not be pressing the matter on a young man I should be thanking. Naruto blinked in surprise before Sirzechs extended his hand gratefully. I hope that one day you'll take the time to explain your side of this story, but until then I guess I should ask Ajuka some question about his handiwork. Thank you for sticking with my sister and her friends through their endeavors. I am truly grateful for your assistance. Naruto looked down at Sirzech's hand before looking back at his face and seeing no ulterior motive. Naruto took the older man's hand and shook. Don't mention it. Sirzechs nodded and looked at the video before asking, I'm sorry for sounding like a broken record, but could you explain how you did this? It seems like a unique ability, yet it seems familiar as well. Naruto thought for a moment before speaking, well, it is a pretty weird ability. Naruto scratched his head as he tried to think of a way to explain his ability without seeming crazy. I learned it from a group of wise old teachers. I spent a lot of time training and learning to feel the chakra of the nature around me. And when I was finally able to take in the right amount of natural power into my body without succumbing to it, that's when I reached that state of power. It's called Sage Mode. Realization came over Sirzech's face. Oh. So it is Senjutsu. That's what I thought it was. Naruto was silent as Sirzech's proclamation ran through his head. He blinked and asked, you know about sages? Yes, of course I do. Sirzechs nodded. It's rare for a human to have learned how to gather natural energy, but it certainly isn't uncommon to hear about sages. In fact, many mythologies have tales of masters that have become so adept at the task that they have become Buddhas and gods along the way. I can even name a few species of yokai that have the innate ability to draw on natural energy in their everyday lives. Is it surprising to know about that? No. It's fine. Naruto blinked and slumped his shoulders, feeling like the wind was taken out of his sails so quickly. He had never even heard about natural energy and sage abilities until he was taken to learn about them, but apparently they were a pretty renowned thing to devils and others. Some even became gods and Buddhas. Seriously. Sirzechs then crossed his arms in thought before looking at the blonde, but how did you not succumb to the madness of the world while using your senjutsu? It was Naruto's turn to look confused as he titled his head, the what of the world. You don't suffer from the madness of utilizing natural energy. No. Never heard about a person going mad from using natural energy. Naruto cupped his chin in thought. If I failed to control the natural energy I was going to become a stone statue of a toad, so I didn't hear anything about taking in the madness. That's odd. Sirzechs answered, more than a little curious to steer the conversation towards why he would have become a toad statue but decided to focus on the topic. Sirzechs continued, when someone taps into the natural energy of the world, they also take in all the malice, hatred, ill feelings, and madness that embodies it. And taking in too much of that for too long changes a person. They become different, warped, feeling far less guilty or ashamed of their actions. To be honest, seeing how you normally act. He looked towards the video to see Naruto brutally attack Riser without hesitation with his enhanced strength. Even if it was only for a moment, I think you might have felt some side effects during the match like that. I never knew someone could suffer like that. Naruto admitted, realizing that while he was still in control during the fight, he felt somewhat less guilty for using his full strength against someone who couldn't fight back. Granted, Riser was immortal and he regenerated from damage in a matter of moments, but still it was a violent way to deal with an enemy. There were more precise, controlled ways he had learned to fight. But Naruto felt like his inhibitions were lessened when he finally activated Sage Mode again. Well, luckily for you, compared to how other sages act when they take in too much natural energy, you were rather tame and focused on an enemy that could handle it. I also think it was in no small part to the fact that your senjutsu is temporary, and not in a constant state of threat like others usually are. I'm sure now that you are aware of that danger, you can prepare and be alert if you ever have to use it again. Yeah, thanks for that. Naruto nodded in thanks. I'd hate to be that strong and lose my fucking mind when I wasn't expecting it. I'm sure you wouldn't. But for a human to use Senjutsu takes concentration and time, with a body suitable from years of hard work and training. Yet besides the demonic power inside of you, I sense no other forms of energy that would show that hard work. How did that happen? Naruto's face became more bleak and focused as his gaze turned towards the wall. He closed his eyes and took a breath in. I used to be able to use chakra. Chakra. Sirzechs repeated as he nodded his head. Yes, that would definitely explain the physical ability and martial arts. But it is rather unorthodox to find someone who uses their chakra to fight. Used to. I used to use chakra. Naruto corrected quickly with a hint of sadness in his voice. He shook his head. I can't anymore. Why is that? Sirzechs asked in confusion. I've never heard of someone having the ability to utilize chakra and then losing that. Sirzechs' eyes widened and he looked at Naruto in slight shock. Sirzechs closed his mouth in understanding. It was while you were healing, wasn't it? Naruto nodded and gave a tired sigh. When I was hurt, my chakra system was damaged in the process. My system is shot. I guess would be the right word. I was hoping someone could fix it and was going to start looking for help, but I passed out not long after that. I woke up a few months later and I was all healed. My wounds were gone and I was good as new. But the chakra network wasn't healed. I guess since the doctors didn't know what to look for, they couldn't fix it. And leaving it broken like that for so long, left permanent damages. Now, I can barely use my chakra before I feel like someone is stabbing every vital organ in my body with a small knife. I tried gathering natural energy again to make up for it, but no matter how long I tried or how much I concentrated, I couldn't focus it in on myself. And after that my strength just started gradually falling. I was broken. Naruto held his hand up to his chest, until Rias put this pawn in my chest. Lately, my strength and speed are starting to come back to me. I still can't use my chakra. But now I can feel this world's natural energy like it's a blanket wrapped around me. And I can take it all in like a breath of air. Slowly, a small smile started coming over Naruto's face as he lightly gripped his chest. I feel, kinda like my old self again. Sirzechs saw the look in Naruto's eyes as he spoke his mind. The usually stern and focused eyes he had shined brightly with faint signs of longing and joy. Like there was something being hidden underneath the surface of those blue eyes, and slowly but surely they started to peek back out into the surface. I recognize that look you had. Naruto regained the cold composure in his eyes and looked up as he saw Sirzechs walk over to his desk and sit down. Sirzechs started running his hands over the papers and files on his desk before looking back up at the blonde. I might not look it, but I'm much, much older than I appear. And during my life, I had to fight against countless enemies and create a new order for the devils by fighting against my own kind in a civil war. We were able to come to a resolution and I made it out alive, but when I was done, I felt damaged. I had done and seen truly terrible things. And I was the one that got to walk away. I had come back from the war. But I didn't feel like I did. Sirzechs looked back up at Naruto. When I see you, I think back to when I looked like that as well. When I tried to bury it down and move on, but it kept a grasp on me. Like you've moved on but left a part of you back there. Naruto shook his head. More than just a part. A lot more. Sirzechs nodded. I didn't feel like I was ever going to be the same again. And I wasn't. But I didn't have to stay like that forever. Sirzechs looked up at the blonde. My family. My sister. My friends. My peerage. My love. They helped put me back together. And if they couldn't find the part one lost, then they made a new one and built me back better. I know it might feel like you can do this by yourself. But believe me, it's easier to get help from someone who can find your true self again. Some people, when they are broken, can't handle to be put back together. But then there are some, the lucky ones, who when they are fixed, they're better than ever before. Naruto stared at Sirzechs for a moment before taking a deep breath in. He shook his head. So you're saying I need to find someone who can help me back? No. Sirzechs responded, before a small, knowing smile came over his face. I'm saying you need to realize you have already found that person. Before they could talk anymore, the doors to the study slammed open and got the two men's attention. They looked back to see Rias, all fixed up and dressed in the same clothes Naruto was wearing. She had a small scowl on her face after slamming the doors open as her sea foam eyes darted between the surprised Naruto and the smiling Sirzechs. She lowered her arms and stomped over to Naruto as he leaned back in worry. She furrowed her eyes and scrunched her face up cutely. What did he say to you? Naruto blinked. Nothing really. We just kinda talked. Rias narrowed her eyes in suspicion. No embarrassing talks or looking at old baby photos. Not yet. Was I supposed to be expecting that? No. Rias answered immediately and pointedly, not wanting to stretch out the topic anymore. Rias. I'm glad to see you're up and moving again. Sirzechs spoke with a smile and joy in his voice. I was worried you might oversleep and miss school tomorrow. Well, I only needed some time to rest after the match. But thank you for sending Grafia to wake me up, Oni-sama. She then sent a small glare towards her older brother and inquired, you weren't going to say anything weird to Naruto, were you? Me. Saying something weird. Sirzechs feigned hurt before he shook his head. Rias, how could you think I would embarrass you like that? Because you always do. Every time. Well, I was just having a little conversation with Naruto-kun while we waited for you to wake up. Nothing serious. Just a congratulations for assisting in your victory. Right. Rias said skeptically before she looked up at her blonde servant. Well, everyone else is awake and moving now and we're ready to head back home. So let's go meet up with them. Well, Rias, I guess this is goodbye for now. Sirzechs stood out of his seat and opened his arms up for her. Why don't you come over here and give your Oni-chan a goodbye hug? No. Rias pushed on Naruto's back and led them out of the room. Goodbye, Oni-sama. Come now, Rias. Look, I'm not gonna lower my arms until you come and hug. Slam. Rias shut the door behind them and the blonde and redhead stood outside silently. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Is he still holding his arms up in there? Probably. Rias sighed before she started walking down the hallway without saying anything else. Naruto looked between the door and his crimson-haired mistress before following after her. They continued walking down the halls of the castle as butlers and maids gave their polite greetings to the heir. Rias returned their greetings with polite nods and thanks as Naruto followed behind her, wondering why she hadn't said anything to him since they left her brother. He tried to start a conversation, so your brother seems like a nice guy. This castle is huge. Do you have a map to figure out where you're going or did you just memorize it? Will we be getting new uniforms or am I going to have to buy a new one? Are you pouting? Rias finally stopped and looked back at him with a miffed, stern scowl on her face. He pointed. See, you're pouting. I was right. One of Rias' eyes started to twitch. Do you know why I'm pouting? Because you're angry. She nodded while still getting angrier by each second. And do you know why I'm angry? Because your beauty sleep was interrupted. Rias stepped towards him and started slapping his arm, getting grunts of discomfort and annoyance from the whiskered blonde. Hey. Stop it, would you stop? Okay, I get okay, this is getting annoying. Rias stopped slapping him and looked up at him sternly. What in the world happened to you during the match? Naruto held his hands up to try and calm her down. Look, yesterday when you left my apartment, I started concentrating and meditating. Rias raised her brow in mild surprise, shocked that the usually bored and unwilling blonde actually utilized the idea of meditation. And when I did, I suddenly found out that I could do that stuff again. Again. As in you've used this before? Rias asked before shaking her head and inquiring with honest intrigue, if you could have used that before, why didn't you use it against the fallen angels? Or to save yourself? Because I couldn't before. Naruto answered, I've tried, a lot, for a long time, but no matter how hard I tried it didn't work. Until it finally did last night. And I didn't know if it was going to work again if I tried, so I wanted to spare it as much as possible. Spare it for your match. Naruto thought for a moment before nodding. I thought it was worth it. Rias looked at him before avoiding her eyes. She took a deep breath before looking up at him. It's something you learned before you came here, to Kuo, didn't you? Naruto silently nodded. Rias lowered her eyes sadly before muttering, a part of your past you don't want to talk about, right? Naruto looked at the girl as she looked down at her feet before he stepped towards her. He leaned down enough to get her attention before standing back up. Rias, if you want to know. I'll tell you if you ask me. I owe you that much. Rias looked up and nodded, I want to know everything about you. Before he could say anything, she raised her hand and looked up at him, when you are ready to tell me. It doesn't mean anything if you aren't ready to tell us yourself. She looked up at him as her eyes softened. I'm your friend now, Naruto. We all are. And we'll be ready whenever you want to tell us. Naruto and Rias just stared at each other silently after sharing the moment of clarity. He took a deep breath in before nodding his head gratefully, thank you. A small smile grew on her face before she turned back around and started leading them towards the front entrance of the castle. They were walking before she spoke up. Today's the last day of our bet. Guess it is time to call a winner. Yeah, I guess so. Naruto agreed before his eyes rolled around and felt an awkward silence fall between them. He droned, so, who wins? Oh tilde. She looked back at him with a cheeky smile. I think we both know I win our bet. He raised an eyebrow critically. Oh really? He smirked and asked with a skeptical tone, the bet was to see if you could convince me to join the club before Golden Week was over. And how exactly do you think you did that? She spun around and started walking backwards while smiling knowingly. Did I force you to fight with us? Naruto's smile slightly lowered. No. But did you come and fight with us anyway even though you knew it might be dangerous? Yeah. And did you fight using a technique you didn't know how many times you could utilize, yet still struggled on to help us win against Riser? Why yeah. Her smile grew as his had fallen. Then it sounds like you are already a part of the group. You're just too stubborn to admit it. Naruto scrunched up his face and looked away as Rias kept smiling at him. She grinned, I knew you would be coming to our side sooner or later. Just a matter of time. Naruto grumbled, you're a poor winner. And you're a sore loser. She looked up at him hopefully and smiled, so, how does that sound? Naruto felt his eyes twitch before he groaned, fine, I'll stick around with the ORC. For now. And you'll start coming to school every day. Don't push it. She shook her head and wagged her finger, that was part of the bet. You can't argue it now. We shook on it, remember? Rias suddenly felt his hand push on her head and move her out of the way while he grumbled, you need to learn to take a victory when you get one. You're not gonna have a lot of them against me from now on. Rias rubbed her forehead before smiling and following after him as they had finally reached the main hall and were heading for the door. She walked up besides him before asking, so what made you change your mind? You're not gonna stop prying, are you? He asked, looking over to see the expectant look on Rias' face. He felt his opposition start to waver and fall with the intense look in her eyes before he folded, okay, fine. I feel easier with you guys around. Rias looked at him in confusion before he continued, sometimes you guys can be weird. Sometimes you guys are idiots. Sometimes you are really pushy and annoying. And sometimes, you guys are kind, compassionate, and caring people that are willing to accept others no matter what they are. And after the fight, I can see that you all care about each other enough to fight for them against any opponent. And I guess I admire that in people. Rias looked at him silently before adding, but we may have to fight people again in the future. People stronger than Riser or just a fallen angel. Are you ready to fight those battles? Naruto finally stopped in front of the door and stayed silent as Rias' question lingered between them. He answered, honestly, I hate the idea of fighting people like that out of hatred or revenge. But I guess now I have a reason to fight. Now that I have something to protect. Naruto turned towards Rias and gave her a true, happy smile. I can fight for you and the others, Rias. Because you're worth fighting for. Rias and Naruto kept looking at each other after his proclamation ran through her head. She realized what he said and felt a burning blush come over her face before she turned away to try and hide her bashful expression. He smiled and reached for the door before Rias grabbed his hand. Wait. I think I want one more thing from you for winning. Naruto frowned. Seriously, you're power hungry you know. Naruto was silenced when Rias raised herself on her toes and caught his lips with hers. The blonde's eyes widened in shock as he felt her soft, warm lips press into his. Rias slowly opened her eyes again and pulled her lips off before lowering herself back to her feet and smiling up at her friend. Thank you, Naruto. Rias opened the door before walking ahead of him and out of sight. Naruto blinked in shock from the kiss before following. Wait. Wait. Rias, what was? Bastard. Issei came flying in and punched him across the face before yelling, what the hell? How long were you hiding this badass side, you Xenovia bitch? Naruto didn't respond and grabbed his arm and followed through before slamming him into the ground, grabbed his legs, and pulled up before slamming his foot into Issei's crotch. Issei screamed, ah. What was that, you little bastard? Naruto pulled and stomped down, speak up. Ah. Every member of the ORC was standing outside of the castle doors and watched as Naruto tortured Issei. They were all wearing similar clothes after the fight, red jackets and black pants, except for Asia who still had her nun outfit intact. The blonde nun was shaking and tried to stop the violence, and Naruto-san, please stop. Issei-san, see crow underparts are being stressed. Kaneko deadpanned with half-lidded eyes, might be for the best. That stupid strip technique needs to be purged from existence. Kaneko-chan, don't try to justify the mauling of my COC. He screamed, Naruto-senpai. Stop. I don't think he's going to make it. Yuto smiled before he gave some encouragement. Hang in there, Issei-kun, you can take it. Rias walked over to Akino's side and watched her peerage interact with each other. She looked over at her best friend. Did you all see the results of the match? Yes, Bucho. Akino responded with her beautiful smile on her face. We all saw yours and Naruto-san's victory. Congratulations. She looked towards the crimson-haired king. Did everything work out in the end? More than you'd believe. Rias clapped her hands and got everyone's attention before she folded her arms under her chest. She smiled. Everyone, we have a new member to initiate to the Occult Research Club. She held her hand out. Let's greet our new friend, Naruto Uzumaki. They all looked towards the blonde as he turned towards all of them. He sent them a quick nod. Nice to meet you. Ga. Not with the heel. Asia clapped her hands. That's great, Naruto-san. Kaneko nodded with a very small smile on her face. About time. Yuto grinned while Akino titled her head with an alluring smile. Well, I guess Bucho was finally able to break you down with the rest of us. Welcome to the club. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the buxom woman. Shut up. Okay, all of you. We've had a very long day. And we need to head back home and get some rest. But first. She hesitated and blushed a little before bowing her head towards her peerage thankfully. Thank you for winning this game, for us. And for me as well. The orc all smiled at their mistress after she had bowed in thanks to them for helping win her freedom. You foo, I've never seen you so embarrassed, Rias. Hee, I'm always happy to help you, Bucho, no matter what it takes. If Bucho is in danger, I'll beat anyone in the way. I'm so glad you're safe now, Bucho-san. Don't mention it. We'll always be there to help you, be you ga. Stop grinding it in, you asshole. Rias blushed more and coughed before turning around. Anyway, that's enough of that. She smirked and head back towards the city. Let's head back home. Yeah, X4. Rias and her peerage started making the journey back to Kuo town. The now complete Occult Research Club needed to head back home. Naruto followed along at his own pace while thinking intently on what Issei had been explaining to him. He raised an eyebrow inquisitively. So what do we do if these clients ask us to do something we can't accomplish? I mean, if they need help moving or walking their dogs, then I can help, but if they want immortality or 1,000,000 yen, I can't really do much about that. Well, if it's something impossible like that, then you just have to tell them you can't grant impossible wishes. That being said, we have to at least try our best to fulfill wishes if they're in our power. Issei reassured Naruto as they walked up the apartment complex. Naruto shrugged. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. He agreed before looking at the younger boy and asking, so, how many of these things have you done? Me. Issei stopped and contemplated for a moment before he found an answer. Well, I've done this a few times since I was reincarnated. About a dozen, give or take. So what do these guys usually ask for? Issei rubbed his chin in thought. Well, the requests are usually pretty varied, but they're simple stuff. Kiba usually gets asked by pretty older ladies to make them dinner for the night. Akeno-san sometimes gets called to give massages and back rubs to businessmen and CEOs. Naruto grimaced, that sounds like they're trying to get something else from her. Issei gave a complicated look, believe me, Asia and I saw her do her work. If anything she just toys with them in the palm of her hand. Issei dropped the weird expression and they came to the level of the complex they were called to. I really only have 2 regular customers. Actually, that's not totally true either because Morisawa-san was Kaneko-chan's regular before I started taking his requests too. He's an otaku, but he's actually a pretty cool guy. Me and him play fighting games most of the time and he's the only guy the first know that probably likes Dragon Ball more than me. Naruto raised an eyebrow, the dragon's what? Dragon Ball. Issei stated obviously before looking back to see Naruto's baffled expression. Issei looked at him in shock, Dragon Ball. Son Goku-san. Super Saiyans. The Kamehameha tell me you know what I'm talking about. All I got out of that was Son Goku. Everything else. Naruto raised his hand over his head and started waving it around, no idea. Holy shit. How could you not know what Dragon Ball is? Issei was completely stunned by this revelation as Naruto just leaned back at the sudden energy the brown-haired boy showed for something other than boobs. Naruto questioned, why? Does it matter? Of course it matters. Issei refuted, catching Naruto by surprise before he continued, every kid our age grew up watching Son Goku-san kick ass. That's like saying you've never even heard of One Piece. Or Pokemon. Or Doraemon. Or Lupin. Or Gundam. Or Evangelion. Naruto blinked before he looked away, Oh tell me you're fucking joking. I've heard of Gundam. Naruto defended himself before having to look away again, I only heard some guys at the ramen shop talk about it but still. Holy shit. Issei said as he rubbed his face, okay, it's stuff like this that makes people at school think you're a foreigner, senpai. Issei scratched his head before sighing, I might have to give you some stuff so you can see what I'm talking about. Is it really that important? Of course it's important. That stuff defined a generation. We bond and talked about it as children and it helped shape us into who we are now. Issei looked back at him, plus it's fun. Fine. Whatever shuts you up. Issei groaned before putting his hands behind his head and taking his time walking to their destination. Seriously senpai, now that you're part of the club, we're going to need to get you some hobbies. Naruto rolled his eyes, whatever. They continued in silence before Issei stopped, thank you. Naruto stopped and looked at the brown-haired boy in confusion, what was that? I said thanks. Issei looked back at Naruto and smiled, thanks for helping us in the fight against that razor jerk, and for helping Bucho win her freedom from his touchy grab harem having lucky bastard ass. Despite being an antisocial, stubborn, snarky jerk you're actually a pretty cool guy. Naruto blinked in honest surprise that he was being thanked, albeit with some unnecessary jabs as well, from his underclassmen. Naruto was silent for a second before he chuckled with a small smile, I'm pretty sure you deserve some of the praise too. Issei blinked, huh. When we were getting chased by that crazy lady with bombs, you pushed me out of the way just in time for that last big blast. I mean you pushed me into a big window and I got glass in my gut but with the alternative of being blown to hell, I'll go with the glass. You chose to protect me over yourself. Issei bashfully scratched the back of his head. Well, you were on the edge of the blast and I was already caught in it. Plus I felt like you could still help Bucho somehow if you tried. I mean I didn't think you'd go all Hokuto no Ken on him but I guess it worked out in the end. Issei gave Naruto a stern glare, I still wanna know how the fuck you did that stuff at the end. Maybe when you're older. Naruto returned immediately before giving Issei some praise, you did everything you could in that fight to protect your friends and make sure Rias didn't lose. Despite the depraved pervertedness and the fact you'll probably get your right hand pregnant in the future, you're a pretty cool guy too, Issei. Issei didn't even mind the cheap shots as he felt sorta honored that the whiskered blonde gave him a compliment. Huh. Maybe that was just gonna be how they talked to each other. They sprinkled in a few simple thanks and compliments beneath all the shit they were talking. Issei just smiled, no problem. The two young men continued on until Issei finally stopped in front of an apartment door. He presented it. Here it is. Your first recommendation is a devil fulfilling a request. Naruto looked at the door with a focused gaze. So this is my first job request, huh? And you know this guy? He's one of my regulars. Issei said with an innocent smirk as he pressed the doorbell and they heard the ring from outside. You'll love him. They waited for several moments and thought that the resident might not have heard them before loud and large footsteps started clamoring the ground and shaking the scaffold. The door slammed open and a gruff, pitched voice spoke while trying to take on a girly tone. Devil Santilda. You've returned. It was a man. A big man. A big, muscular man. A big muscular man with pigtails wearing a girl's top and skirt in bright pink with a magical girl staff in his hand and a hat on his head. The clothes over his body looked like they were going to rip at a moment's notice and his face looked eerily familiar to an Easter Island head. He was so eager at the sight of the devils at his door. Finally you've come to give Miltan her magical girl status right. Right. Issei waved off the muscular magical girl's wish. Sorry Miltan, but that's still a total impossibility even for devils. But you'll make it happen someday, right? Someday. The large man pleaded, trying his best to let the little magical girl inside him out and do his best impression of a cute pleading girl as he could. Issei backed away with discomfort. Maybe one day, maybe. But actually I'm here on a very important job run. I'm introducing a new member of our club to the ropes of being a devil and I wanted you to be the first new client he has. Miltan beamed with joy. Really? Yep. Issei introduced his upperclassman. Miltan, this is Naruto Uzumaki-san, a senior at my school. Naruto-senpai, this is Miltan, he's going to be your first senpai. Naruto had vanished. He had disappeared while Issei hadn't noticed. He looked around in a panic for his senior but the whiskered blonde was nowhere to be seen. Issei yelled, where the hell did he go? Miltan peeked out of his apartment. Looks like your senpai has run away. He reached out and grabbed Issei's collar as the younger man suddenly yelped in fear, you'll just have to keep Miltan company for the night. Come on in. No wait it was his turn to do this I'm not. Slam. The door shut and Issei's voice was immediately cut off. After he had heard the door close, Naruto pulled himself up and looked between the railing to see no one else in sight. He climbed up and jumped back onto stable ground before shaking his head, spent a whole night with some guy with more muscles than Raikage Jichin dressed up like a kid. I think I'll leave that one to fuck face. Naruto wrapped his hands around his head and casually walked back down to the ground floor. I'm going back home. I'm sleepy. Devil. Sona took the time to properly take a bite of her bento with the etiquette and finesse that had been formed into her after years of training. She fixed her glasses before continuing to eat her food but making a coy smile at the girl sitting across from her. So Rias, tell me, how does it feel to be back out on the market again? Rias looked up from her bento and towards her old friend before she closed her eyes and smiled. She looked at the student council president. Well, I guess liberating would be an appropriate term. I don't feel like I have a menacing presence hanging over my shoulder anymore. Naruto rolled his eyes. I'm pretty sure I'm feeling that right now. Rias looked at Sona and titled her head. Tell me Sona, is this how you felt after breaking off your engagement? Sona kept her composure and gave a small smile while eating her lunch. I suppose, but mine wasn't dealt with nearly as heavily as yours. I even made sure that Oni-sama stayed out of the whole affair while I was sorting it out. Akeno gave her normal smile with a tilt of her head. I was certain Leviathan-sama would have intervened and tried to stop the marriage at any cost for your sake. Sona just sighed and rubbed the bridge of her nose. That's the problem. She shook her head exhaustively at the prospect of her older sibling helping her in her endeavor and the ultimate result of something being destroyed in rage. Sona fixed a strand of hair out of her eye. If Oni-sama got involved, I'm sure it would have been even more of a mess than anything I could have done by myself. So I tried to avoid it as much as possible. Sitting beside her was a beautiful young lady with long, well-kept black hair and glasses. She was the vice president of the student council and Sona's queen, Tsubaki Shinra. She looked up from her bento and at her fellow devil companions. It was quite difficult to avoid Sarafal-sama's attention so she wouldn't interfere long enough for Kaichu to do her work. But besides that it was simple enough to hide it from the public considering it was just a game of chess that decided it all. I wouldn't even want to think about what would have happened if it had to be settled with a rating game. Sona took a small clump of rice and started chewing on it before having a small but cheeky smile directed to her crimson-haired friend. Do you think I would have been as intense as you if I decided to solve matters like that, Rias? Rias blinked and titled her head. What? What do you mean intense? Akeno pleasantly answered, I believe she's referring to the fact that you planned and fought in the rating game like a furious general giving everything they had to win their fight. You did resemble one of those old generals from war stories and such. Ria's face started heating up with embarrassment. What? No, I didn't. Sona shook her head. We have video footage of when your eyes shifted and you went all in on Riser. I did not. Rias looked down their little group of table and pleaded to the blonde male. Naruto, I didn't look intense or weird or anything during the fight, right? Her only response was a disinterested raise of the brow before he went back to just staring to the side with boredom. She inquired, what's wrong? What's with the pouting? This isn't pouting. This is silent annoyance and thinking. Okay, well, what are you silently annoyed and thinking about then? Naruto shrugged his shoulder. A few things actually. For example, he pointed around at their group's little makeshift table. What is happening right now? Rias and the others looked down at their bentos, and then between each other before looking back at the boy. We're having lunch. I know you're having lunch. I want to know why all of you are having lunch together in our classroom. Naruto said before looking at Rias suspiciously. Kaichu and Akeno I can understand, but you're in a separate class altogether. He looked at Tsubaki. You too. Tsubaki fixed her glasses. Well, Uzumaki Kim, as the vice president of the student council and queen of the peerage, it's my job to stay by my master's side whenever she needs me. And that's why I'm here. Rias smiled, and I'm here because it's fun to eat with friends. Naruto just kept his stone-faced expression before continuing, okay, and number 2. Why did we have to push the desks together to make a table? He was referring to the fact that when Rias and Tsubaki arrived in the classroom, Akeno and Sona pushed their desks together with Naruto's to create a small table to eat around. Naruto sat at his desk, with Rias and Akeno beside him eating around Akeno's desk and Sona and Tsubaki around Sona's desk. We did this because it's always better to eat with friends than it is to eat alone. That should be obvious. Akeno gave her trademark smile before poking fun at the whiskered blonde. Is this making you uncomfortable to eat around so many girls at once? Naruto's eyes shifted to the side. That's not exactly the problem here. The real problem he had with this eating situation was the fact they were doing it in the middle of the classroom. And right now Naruto was the sole target of every last glare, scowl, and jealous look in the room. Hell, there were people peeking in the room from other classes outside with envy. If glares could kill, he would have been decimated into bloody chunks and then those bloody chunks destroyed into smoke and ash. Needless to say, the senior body wasn't too happy with the fact that the 4 most popular girls in school were eating with him. Naruto realized that it was useless to try and convince these 4 girls to notice the tension around the room. He sighed before pushing back and getting out of his seat. Whatever, you girls do what you want. I gotta go buy my lunch before the sandwiches sell out. Oh. Wait. Don't do that. Rias said as Naruto and the others looked at her oddly. She bent down to her bag and started searching through its contents. I almost forgot that I made this. Thank you for reminding me. When she sat back up, she placed a small rectangular box covered with a purple cloth on the table. She started unwrapping the cloth to reveal the box inside before opening to reveal a perfectly made bento box. Tada. Naruto, the girls, and everyone in the class looked at the box with varying degrees of surprise. He sat back down in his chair and stared at the box with disbelief before asking the crimson-haired beauty, You made me a bento. Of course. Rias answered obviously with a joyful smile at his surprise. She took out the chopsticks she prepared for him. It's unhealthy to keep eating prepackaged food and microwaved meals like you usually do. It's always good to eat something nutritious and tasty. Naruto was still slightly confused by the unexpected gesture and asked, but why did you make it for me? Why not? Rias questioned back with confusion. You're my friend and I didn't want you to be hungry. Of course I would make you something to eat. Rias was too busy putting on the finishing touches of the bento that she didn't notice the astonished and amazed look on the blonde's face. He couldn't remember the last time someone had made him something to eat without payment or a reason why. It was rather strange and heartfelt knowing the girl went out of her way to do something like this. A small smile came over Naruto's face. Thank you, Rias. No problem. She finished her preparations and grabbed a large chunk of rice with the chopsticks. She held it out carefully to his face and she eagerly announced, say, ah tilde. Good thing mental breakdowns weren't audible, otherwise the whole room would be sounding like a million windows were shattered in an instant. Naruto blinked. What? Well, I didn't take the time to taste it when I was making it, so I don't know how it turned out. I want you to try it and see if you like it. She seemed so eager for him to try out her homemade lunch and continued pressing it, so open up and say ah. Naruto was still so caught off guard by the demand that he couldn't even voice words. He looked at the other girls sitting with them and saw they all just had coy smiles aimed at him while waiting for his response. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders before opening his mouth and leaning forward as Rias fed him. His eyes widened in surprise at the delicious taste of the perfectly cooked rice. He swallowed. Holy crap. Here, have another bite. Rias got some more ready and held it out for him, which he gratefully accepted as he seemed to just ignore all the nasty looks aimed at him. After taking another bite, Rias passed it over to him as he began to devour it quickly. She watched happily as her pawn enjoyed the meal she made while everyone else in class watched with depressed and envious looks on their face. Sona inquired, and when did you start making lunches for a boy? Oh, it's nothing like that. He's a friend and the newest member of our club, so I felt obliged to make sure he's being properly fed. She turned back to Sona. Speaking of new members, tonight's the full moon. Yes, that's right. I almost forgot to bring it up. So, which one of us should get the honor to introduce our new members to their new friends? Rias and Sona stared at each other in a challenging manner before Sona fixed her glasses. I think I'll let you have it this time. Rias almost looked disappointed that the matter was resolved so quickly. What, that easily? You're usually stubborn and hard to convince about something like this. Consider it a present for your failed engagement. Sona gave one of her neutral smiles to her oldest friend. I think we'll just wait until next time to get a familiar. Naruto stopped scarfing down his bento and grumbled through the food, Murmilakar. Don't speak with your mouth full. Devil. Familiars. That's right. Rias said from behind her desk in the club room with everyone else sitting or standing around the room. Rias nodded to her three newest members. As devils, it is customary for us to have contracts with creatures that we take care of in return for helping us with our jobs. Scouting. Reconnaissance. Even helping out around the house. She held out her hand and summoned a cute little crimson bat that fluttered around her hand. This little one is mine. It started flying around the room before landing in Asia's open hands and resting there. The blonde girl cooed, ah tilde, it's so cute. Akeno added in, we use them mostly to help contact each other and pass out pamphlets advertising our services. Issei thought about that for a moment before sweating a little. There are devils selling their services in the crowded malls and business areas. I feel like there's a joke there for someone to take an opportunity at. Naruto ignored Issei's observation and scratched the bat's head as it seemed to hum and fly over to Rias' side. He raised his eyebrow. So you guys make contracts and can summon animals at any time. Well, not all familiars are animals, but most chosen usually are. The bat landed on Rias' shoulder and she asked, why? Is that surprising to you? Not really. Naruto answered before a small smile came to his face. It's actually kinda refreshing. Asia's eyes were totally focused on the adorable bat on the crimson-haired woman's shoulder. She looked to her master. Bucho-san, do you keep her in a little place in your home and do you have to feed her something? Well, I feed her when she wants, but she usually just feeds herself by eating whatever is around. Rias said as she looked at her little bat and rubbed its head gently before looking back at the blonde nun, but we don't usually keep them with us. However, if we ever want to call them for help, we can do it quite easily. There were a few bright lights around the room as the senior members of the club had summoned their respective familiars. Akeno had a tiny, pudgy little oni that bounced around on her shoulder with extra energy. Yuto had a bird perched on his forearm that stretched its wings span before calmly sticking to its position. And Kaneko was gently petting the white kitten sitting in her lap with a sleepy expression. Kaneko had a tiny, gentle smile. Good Shiro. Ah, she's cute. Naruto said as he stepped over to Kaneko's side and admired the little creature jostling in her lap. The kitten noticed the tall man looking over it and meowed cutely as Naruto tried petting her. What's her? Kaneko flinched away from his reach and sighed as she seemed to tighten her hold on the kitten. Naruto looked surprised by her knee-jerk reaction and stood back up and away from her personal space. Kaneko realized her reaction and sat up calmly, seeming to avoid his eyes and whispering quieter than usual, her name is Shiro. Naruto was confused by Kaneko's reclusive position and quieter voice as some of the older members of the peerage looked at the youngest girl with sad eyes as they knew why she was acting like that. Rias decided to veer attention away from Kaneko's behavior and continue explaining to them, this is a special opportunity because the only time you can tame a familiar and make a contract with it is on the night of a full moon. And it is usually left to one peerage to get their familiar due to time restraints. So today's the only chance we have in a month to do it. If we can't, we'll have to wait for another opportunity later. Rias sighed and sat further back into her chair, which brings me to the little snag in the plan. Usually, when a peerage is going out to choose its familiars, the new servants have had some time to complete a myriad of jobs and requests. Eay and Asia, while you both have only just started, you have completed the minimum requirement of jobs to qualify for a familiar. The only problem we have right now is the fact that one of our members only just started working and hasn't finished a job as of yet. Everyone was silent before they all turned their heads towards the blonde, whiskered man in the room. Naruto turned as well to look behind him and saw there was no one there. He turned back around and sighed, in my defense. I don't know what the hell that thing was fuckface brought me to meet, but there was no way in hell I was gonna play with it for the entire night. Issei grimaced and felt a chill run through his back before he weakly groaned, I guess it was my fault. I thought it would be funny to dump him on Miltan, but I was wrong, so wrong. Serves you right. Naruto crossed his arms and settled back on his feet, so if I didn't hit the mark, does that mean I should just sit this little out? Because having to come back to school is exhausting and I need to catch up on some sleep. It's dangerous to go from how lazy I was back to an upstanding, learned student so quickly. I bet. Rias answered sarcastically before giving a small smile, and this doesn't necessarily mean you are not eligible for a familiar, it just means it would look better if you had a job done. Well, how about you try making it up with one special request? The others looked at Rias questioningly, with Naruto just giving one raised brow at what she meant. Her smile became a little more noticeable as she rested her cheek on her fist. We have a client who we have had some dealings with before. Doing this request will help solidify future partnerships a little better, and I'm willing to let you take care of it if you want. Now you would need one of us to make sure you actually. I'll do it. Issei jumped to his feet and volunteered without hesitation. He snarled at Naruto, anything I can do to make sure this bastard actually does his work. Naruto just blinked slowly at the pervert's attitude and shrugged, fuck it, sure. He scratched his chin, so who's the job for? Rias gave an innocent smile, a classmate. Devil. When I asked Gremory-san for assistance in making sure no one was present that might interrupt what happens tonight, I have to admit. I was expecting something other than this. Her helpers for the evening, a junior with brown hair wearing a red shirt under the white school uniform, and a blonde wearing an orange shirt with his uniform removed, looked between each other. The whiskered blonde shrugged his shoulders, "Meh, you get what you pay for." Well, I certainly hope you show more initiative during my request. The girl with the drill-like bangs of brown hair said as she crossed her arms under her bountiful chest and hummed at their attitude. Issei's eyes inadvertently lowered and admired the wonderful sight of her pushed-up breasts as Naruto looked around at their location in the sports area of the school. She resigned to trust these two men and nodded her head. I suppose I should be grateful Gremory-san accepted my request for help. She folded her hands in front of her skirt and bowed her head gratuitously. Thank you for the assistance today. Yeah, it's no problem. Naruto waved her polite thanks off like she didn't even need to show gratitude for his help. The well-bred girl looked up and gave him a cold, flat stare at his attitude as he stood there silently. He was confused by her stare before he felt Issei poke him in the side with an elbow. What? What was that? You know you're not just some punk helping out a pretty girl from school, right? Issei whispered behind his hand to muffle the sound, "You're here as a representative of the Gremory peerage. You have to act like it." Naruto seemed unamused by this information, "And are you gonna poke me each time to make sure I do it?" "Yes. Yes I will." "Fine." Naruto stood back up and seemed rather stiff for a moment as he ran through the proper and polite etiquette for exchanging thanks in his head. He decided to awkwardly bow, I'm here as a part of Ria's family. It's the least I can do." Issei corrected him, "You mean as a representative of Rias Gremory-sama's peerage." Naruto stood back up and growled, "You. Shut up." He turned back to the girl to see she had stood back up and was summing him up with a quick look. He raised an eyebrow, "What?" "Nothing. It's just. I didn't expect Gremory-san to have actually been able to convince you to be a part of something. You have a bit of a reputation of being a loner, Uzumaki-kun." She stood up a little straighter and asked, "Do you know who I am?" "Yeah, you're a senior here like me. You're Kyome Abe. You're the captain of the Naruto was drawing a blank at where he recognized the prestigious girl from school. He scratched his head, "Captain of the volleyball team." Kyome just gave him a stoic, half-lidded stare, "I'm captain of the tennis club." He shrugged his shoulders, "I was close." "No, you weren't." Kyome shook her head, "Tennis and volleyball are completely different." "I don't think they're that different. Tennis is a refined sport where you use skill, accuracy, judgment, and intuition to defeat your opponent. Volleyball is just jumping around hitting balls at one another for other people's amusement." "That sounds like every sport ever. Running around, throwing balls, and grunting. There, I just explained most sports in the world. I think volleyball and tennis are both amazing sports." Issei added in rather exuberantly at the subject. The two seniors looked at him with confusion, "You do?" "Totally." Issei proclaimed as he started getting that look over his face and drifting into his imagination and memories. "When I watch the volleyball team, my eyes just can't turn away from the beautiful displays of the girls dancing around like that. Their t-shirts clung to their bodies while their breasts bounce and sway with their movements. Their asses, kept firmly in place with the shorts that ride up and cling tighter with every step they take. And their skin getting more and more flushed by the end of the game. But oh man, the tennis matches. The fluttering of the frilly skirts, revealing just a glimpse of their untouched panties to the waiting public. Which reminds me, I remember a tennis match last year between Bucho and Abe Senpai. I'm pretty sure by the end of that match half the school had enough material to." Kyome's face had turned beet red at the pervert's incessant yammering while she instinctively covered her breasts with her arms. Naruto tightly grabbed Issei's head and forced it down in a bow. "I'm very sorry about this guy's non-stop talking about boobs and weird shit. How about we move on so we can try and forget everything he just said?" Aay agreed. Issei finally pulled out of Naruto's grip and rubbed his head tenderly to get some feeling back in it. Naruto asked, "So what are we supposed to help you with exactly?" "I'm glad you asked." Kyome placed her hands on her hips. "Do either of you know what a beast tamer is?" Naruto just titled his head while Issei looked up in thought and cupped his chin. "Aren't those the guys in circuses that hold lions back with stools and whips?" Kyome deadpanned, "That's a lion tamer. I said beast tamer." She reaffirmed herself. "A beast tamer is a person who is capable of taking and forming relationships with all the monsters, beasts, and strange creatures that roam this world. We work with these creatures and in return for their companionship and services we provide homes, food, and more." Naruto's palmed his fist. "Oh, so they're kinda like the familiars Rias is making us go get." Issei also seemed to understand that comparison. "Oh." Kyome palmed her face and sighed. "That's a bit of a simplified comparison, but in the interest of saving time. Yes. Yes it is. Okay, so you're a beast tamer." Naruto clapped his hands once and looked around. "What does that mean for my job?" "I need you to watch out and make sure no one interrupts us for the next few hours." "Well, we have something to do in a little while, so if we can get this job down before midnight, we'd appreciate it." "That shouldn't be a problem. So what do you need?" She turned back to the indoor swimming pool behind them. "I'm letting one of my friends get some exercise and stretch out without anyone bothering her. I already got permission from Kaichu and now I just need a little security." Which is why I asked you to come watch over us. Naruto and Issei looked between each other before asking, so who's your friend that needs the pool? Her name is Esselina. She's a mermaid. Mermaid. Issei screeched joyful, making Naruto stumble aside as his ear nearly popped from the sheer volume of the pervert's scream. He raised himself to the tips of his toes and squealed happily, mermaids. They're real. They're really real. Kyo seemed confused by his question and just nodded, of course they're real. Thank you Satans. Thank you Buddha. Thank you God. Thank you whoever is looking down at us this very moment. Issei preached as he fell to his knees and thanked the various gods that might watch over them, completely ignoring the spike of agony piercing his brain because his euphoria was just too great. Naruto rubbed his headache and glared at the kneeling teen, cursing him out for his stupidity. He knew what a mermaid was but he had no idea why he was so excited. Well, he knew what mermaids looked like and what they incited in people, beautiful maidens with enchanting voices while they swim through the water. Okay. Now he was kinda interested in seeing this mermaid. Kyo turned and opened the door to the pool. She stood aside, here she is. The two men looked at the surface of the water and noticed something move under it so close to the top that a bump could be seen. It swam around at extraordinary speeds and the devils looked at the pool with their expectations rising. Their hearts were beating and something popped out of the water. Gyo tilde. It was a giant, deformed fish head somehow attached to a pair of extremely burly, muscular legs wearing the bottom of a bikini swimsuit. Kyo introduced the creature, this is Esselina. She's my mermaid. What do you think? Naruto and Issei both had their eyes as white as plates as their jaws had literally dropped so far they cracked the ground beneath them. The tennis captain inquired, what's wrong? What the fuck is that thing? The monstrosity seemed surprised by their exclamation and cuddled into Kyo's side as she consoled it, how rude. This is Esselina. My mermaid. I just told you that. That is not a mermaid. Issei yelled as he pointed at the freaky fish head, that is a monster. From the deepest and most foul recesses in the corners of our nightmares. That is like the beast from the Bible. That's ruining all of my hopes and dreams. Kyo scowled at the junior student before turning to her fellow senior, would you control your junior? No. I'm sorry but the pervert is right. Naruto said while shaking with fright, that is not a mermaid. Mermaids are cute, sexy, alluring voices. That looks like you cut off a fish head and stuck it on a muscle man. Kyo clicked her teeth, typical. Forcing your views of beauty and glamour onto others without any concerns for their feelings. I'm sorry if she doesn't match your standards, but Esselina is beautiful in her own way. Oh, I bet. There's gotta be someone out there willing to get a catch like that. I bet. A fisherman. Naruto yelled as he heard Issei curl into a ball and start to cry to himself. Naruto rubbed his face and sighed, look, forget what we just said. You want us to watch the pool and make sure nothing happens tonight, right? Kyo was quiet for a moment before nodding. Naruto helped a whimpering Issei reluctantly get back to his feet, then let's get started. The sooner this is over, the sooner we can get on our way and we can get this guy into some seriously needed therapy. That seemed responsible. Devil. Knock it back Esselina. Gyo tilde. Nice pass. Kyo cheered her friend on as she and the mermaid splashed around in the pool and passed a ball between each other. The tennis captain changed into her swimsuit and started playing with her beast about an hour in as Esselina started getting restless. Naruto and Issei sat aside the pool in chairs while Naruto looked over on Issei's phone. Makenko Sapo. Gee ga. What the hell? That slug dude just shot a hole through the main guy's chest. Aren't they friends? Issei shrugged his shoulders, well, not really. At least not at this point. They just came off a rivalry spanning almost 10 years where they tried to kill each other, so Piccolo is still a little sore. When did they explain that? It was all in the prequel series, Dragon Ball. So if I wanna understand what happens in this series, I've gotta watch an entire other series years earlier that shows what happened. Pretty much. Naruto groaned and shook his head, if you can't keep a show in one series, you're pushing it out too far. That's a waste of time. Issei raised an eyebrow, what are you bitching about? It's an awesome series. Yeah well, Maybe I could be using that time to do something else. What? What else? Issei asked patronizingly at the older blonde. What exactly do you do that requires your time outside of this? Shut up and put on the next episode. Uzumaki-kun, Hyodo-kun. The two boys looked up from what they were watching as Kiyomi swam up to the edge of the pool on their end. She pulled herself out of the pool and started wringing the pool water out of her hair. While she was preoccupied with that, she unwillingly allowed the boys, especially Issei, to gander and admire the sight of the water dripping down her well-developed, bikini-clad body. There was a lot to admire. Kiyomi ran some of her hair over her shoulder and thanked the boys. I appreciate you staying here with us so late. Naruto noticed that Issei was still staring inside before standing up to talk with the girl. He nodded, no problem. I guess as far as jobs go this was a rather simple request. I wish we could have helped out in a more direct way. Naruto scratched the back of his head, but if we're done, should we get going then? Our group is meeting out somewhere soon and we need to meet them. I suppose that's fine. Considering what I thought was going to happen, this was a rather peaceful evening. Naruto questioned, what do you mean? Well, it's just that. The reason I brought Eselina here tonight, is because I need to keep her away. Naruto was now feeling a sense of dread fill his stomach. He asked slowly, okay. Why? Eselina has a boyfriend, Mikolo-kun, back at our house. And they can't be together tonight because it's a full moon. And mermaids get, in heat, on full moons. Oh. Naruto said as he started to realize what she meant. And then he grimaced, oh ew. It's perfectly natural. When Eselina is involved, nothing is perfectly natural. Kiyomi pouted at his incessant standing on her mermaid being weird before shaking her head. I wanted to keep an eye on her so she didn't act out. But she seemed fine in the end. She just needed to lose some energy and stay calm and everything was. She's gone. The two seniors looked over at Issei after he stated the fact and pointed at the pool. She left when we weren't looking. They turned to the pool and saw it was empty. And looked over to see a trail of puddles leading to the doors to the school. Oh, shit. Eselina. Kiyomi screamed in worry as she started waving her arms around. We have to find her. Quickly. She went into the school. Naruto said as he opened the doors and followed after the mermaid with Issei and Kiyomi following too. She won't get far. Devil. Asia sat on the couch and patiently fiddled with her skirt as she waited for her best friend and upperclassman to return to the club. She looked up at the door and saw it still hadn't opened with them emerging behind it, so she looked back down at her lap. Are you okay, Asia-chan? Oh, yes Akeno-san. I'm just a little worried about Issei-san and Naruto-san. The kind blonde nun stated as she poked her fingers together. They shouldn't be taking this long to do their job, should they? Akeno just smiled. Oh, I don't think you should worry too much. I'm sure Issei-kun is keeping a good eye on Naruto-san. Asia looked up at the ponytailed woman with worry, but shouldn't they be back by now? Don't worry Asia. They're big boys now. We have to trust they can handle this themselves. Rias stated while she sat back in her seat. We can wait for them a little longer but then we will have to decide if we go on without them. Asia silently nodded before anxiously turning to the door and waiting for her friends to show up. Devil. Naruto and Kiyomi ran through the hallway after losing sight of the fish on legs. Naruto looked around vigilantly as Kiyomi shook with worry. Where are you Eselina? Come back. We need to get you back in the pool. Naruto's eye twitched before he tried focusing on finding the fish. Can you stop yelling? We just need to keep looking and we'll find her soon enough. Not fast enough. Kiyomi stated as her arms started shaking. Mermaids can't stay out of land for long. If they don't find water then they'll dehydrate and die. Naruto's eyes widened and he looked around before nodding. Then she'll be somewhere with water. That should make it. Gayo. They turned around and saw Eselina charging through the hallway and towards them. Naruto followed on reflex and reached for the knife in his pocket while Kiyomi saw his intent and grabbed his arm. Don't. She's a little clouded, she wouldn't hurt us. I know that. I was going to try and knock her out with move. Naruto grabbed Kiyomi around the chest and dove into a classroom as the large creature charged past their position and into the dark. Naruto lifted himself off the groaning girl beneath him as Kiyomi rubbed her head. The tennis player looked up from her position on the floor and could see the whiskered blonde placed around her like a beast that was taking its mate. Her face burned red and she stuttered, Uzumaki-kun, wait. I'm not I don't. She got away. Naruto simply stood up, unaware of his previous position and what thoughts it stirred in Kiyomi's head, and peeked out of the room. He clicked his tongue, she ran past us. I think she's heading downstairs, but Issei split up from us around there. Kiyomi, get off the ground and let's go. Kiyomi laid on the ground with surprised eyes before she looked aside and grumbled, alright. Devil. Issei carefully peeked around the corner of the ground floor and peered through the darkness, unaffected by its spreading length due to the advantage of night vision. Despite the shadows being no different from light, Issei still slowly checked every corner as he was afraid he might have to take the mermaid on by himself. He raised his left arm and summoned his red gauntlet to cover it. Come out, wherever you are. Issei heard the sound of running water echo through the hallway which caused the pond to flinch. He turned towards the sound of water and carefully stepped towards it without being too loud to avoid alarm. He kept passing the rooms until he finally heard the water echoing from the girls' gym room. That's good. Issei had experience sneaking around in here. Issei quietly stalked through the room and finally reached the showers as he stepped in and felt the puddles settling around his feet. He creeped forward, looking in every stall to find his target but found nothing except running water. How the fuck did that thing turn on the levers for the showers? Meh. Questions for later. Issei shook his head, this is what I get for wanting to get a little payback against Senpai. Now I'm looking for a monster, which ruined my vision of mermaids forever, in the shower rooms after school. How the hell did I get myself into this mess? I'm pretty sure it happened because you wanted to get back at that boy for leaving you with that strange monster last night. And now it's like I'm in a scene from a horror movie. You reap what you sow, I suppose. I guess. Issei said with defeat, understanding the point the deep, gruff voice was making to him. He blinked his eyes and started looking around. Wait. Where did that come from? Gyo tilde. Issei froze with fear when he felt something large and grimy sneak up behind him. He slowly turned around. To meet the unflinching eyes of the giant fish head on legs. Gyo. Ah. Issei stumbled out of them room and sprinted away as Eselina broke through the doors and chased after him with a wild yell. Issei heard that this mermaid was in heat due to a full moon, and he didn't not by any circumstance wish to see the extent it would be willing to go to fulfill its desire. He cried while sprinting, no. He rounded the corner, no UWOF. Issei was grabbed and flipped over his head and onto his back with a loud slam after having all of his momentum forced up and down. Issei laid on the ground groggily and looked up to see Naruto had easily flipped him with Kiyomi beside him. What exactly are you doing? Senpai. Issei yelled as he pulled himself up to his knees to address the two upperclassmen. He pointed back where he just came. Eselina was chasing me. She was in the showers. She's coming. We have to catch her. Naruto looked back as Kiyomi walked around the corner to see if anything was coming. She shook her head sadly, she's not there. What? Issei proclaimed in shock, she was right behind me. How does a fish on legs move that fast? Naruto shook his head, she's deceptively quick. Kiyomi's back fell against the wall and she looked at the ground with despair, I don't want her to die. She just can't control herself. She was just short of tears, it's not fair. Naruto and Issei looked between each other before standing up to comfort the crying girl. Issei asked, you really love her, don't you? Kiyomi sobbed for a little longer before nodding her head, I've been friends with Eselina for years now. She's one of my oldest friends. I've taken care of her so much that just the idea of her dying here, when I was just trying to help her. Does she love you too? Kiyomi and Issei looked at Naruto after his strange question interrupted her sorrow. She was confused by his inquisition but gave a short nod, why yes, at least I think so. Naruto gave a small smirk, then I think we have a way to get her back in our hands. Issei looked at the older blonde strangely, how? Think about it. You're a pervert. Naruto grinned, even when you're horny, can you ignore the call of someone you love in peril? Devil. Sex. Sex. Need sex. She needs sex. Mate. Must find mate. Must find Mycolo. Mate. Feeling a little parched. Water. Sex. Mate. Esselina. Help me. The giant fish-headed mermaid stopped her sprinting through the halls of the school and heard the cry of her dear beast tamer in distress. Her foggy mind full of lust for her own kind was pierced when she decided to follow the call and come to her friend's aid. She ran down to the bottom level and looked around rapidly for her friend. Esselina. She looked over and saw the two strange men standing beside her beast tamer, one with a knife in his hand while the other held Keom's shoulder with his red gauntlet. The whiskered blonde held his knife up at the mermaid. You have run away for far too long now, Esselina. As punishment, we must now make your beast tamer pay. I hope you're ready to let her suffer the consequences. While the mermaid looked confused, Keom was just as bewildered by their act and leaned towards Naruto. Uzumaki-kun, how exactly are you going to make it look like I'm in danger? Don't worry. It's gonna look really convincing. All right. She then blinked and felt some dread form in the pit of her stomach. How so? Sorry about this. Naruto ran off to the side. Do it. Sorry, Abe-senpai. Issei patted her shoulder before raising his hand in the air and crossing his fingers. Dress. Break. Snap. SCHRIP. In an instant the jacket Keom was wearing, along with her bathing suit underneath it, were torn away into nothing but cloth. The esteemed beast tamer stood there silently, with her breasts and vagina revealed for everyone to see. Kya! She yelled as she fell to her knees, covering her breasts and privates from sight. You perverts! Monsters! Lechers! Freaks! Esselina saw her beast tamer in trouble and started alwarkly charging to attack. Yeo-u! Keom, move to the side. The tennis captain didn't give it another thought as she stumbled away while still covering her most delicate areas. Issei and Naruto took her place in front of the door to hold off the roaring monstrosity that charged at them. Issei asked, so what exactly are we gonna do now? We just need to cover her vision, maybe knock her out if we can, and get her back in the water. Naruto reassured easily while bouncing on his feet. Easy enough. The brown-haired boy asked, and how are we gonna do that? Oh. Naruto raised his hand behind Issei's back, ready to knock him forward to intercept the beast. I have some ideas. Wait. Naruto pulled his hand back as Issei smiled and nodded. I have a better idea. He ran behind and called, stay there until I'm ready. Naruto just turned back to the charging mermaid. Whatever your plan is, let's hope it works as well as I. Ha! Naruto felt a powerful kick in his butt from Issei that sent him flying forward and directly at the mermaid. Son of a bitch. Fucker beat him to it. Gaia. Slam. SPLASHHHHHH. The massive wave splashed across the pool after Naruto had slammed into the mermaid's face and sent them blindly barreling into the water. The fog of mist started to disappear and reveal Naruto's floating upside-down body while Esselina floated to the top, knocked out. Issei cheered and pointed. Ha. Ha ha ha. Got you back, asshole. That was for leaving me with Miltan. I win. He raised his arms up. I win. Ahahahahahaha. Issei stopped his laugh of victory when he noticed a piece of cloth by his foot. He kneeled down and picked it up. It was the bottom of a bikini. But he destroyed the one Abe-senpai was wearing, so where did this? And then he saw it. Of all the horrors he had faced, of all the nasty and evil things he had seen while being a devil, this was. Keom gasped, that's Esselina's bathing suit. Don't stare at her like that. She doesn't like people looking at her privates like that. And that was the straw that broke Issei's fragile mentality. Devil. The Orc Club room filled with a red light as the magic circle shined and materialized the Gremory peerage on its floor. Strangely enough, the one to make the first cheer home was Asia as she held the little creature in her arms, and this is our club room. I'm sure you will love it, Rasik-kun. Akeno titled her head while watching her cute junior dote on her familiar before talking to the knight beside her. She's become attached so quickly. Yuto nodded. Asia-san has a very big heart. I didn't think she would have any problem finding a familiar to watch over her. Especially one as rare as a dragon sprite. Kaneko noted, super lucky. Indeed. Rias said with a nod of her head, it looks like one of our newest member got to get the familiar they needed. Unfortunately, our other 2 members couldn't make it on time. So when we see them again we will, oh. Rias turned to the couch, they're here. Everyone looked aside to see Issei sitting in the couch with his eyes stark white and dried with tears while his whole body had turned pale from fright. They heard a noise and looked up to see Naruto walk out of the back room with a towel to dry his head and hair. He dried his mop of yellow locks before looking up to see everyone staring at him. Oh hey, you guys are back. Yes, we just got back from helping Asia get her familiar. Rias said as she motioned to the blonde that held a cute little dragon in her arms. Rias gave a small nod. I'm sorry you didn't get to come. We waited as long as we possibly could but you both never turned up and we thought it was better at least one of you got their familiar now. We won't have to wait long and we can go again to get you both familiars when we get the chance. Naruto waved off her concern, it's all right. We took longer than we thought and missed our chance. Naruto walked around the couch and sat on its arm, we'll try not to mess up that up next time around. Yuto inquired, how was your first job? Naruto grumbled and pulled the towel off his head, we got it done. I might never be able to think of mermaids as pretty creatures again but we finished it. Yuto understood what he meant and nodded, oh, so it was one of those days. Rias gave a small chuckle and asked, I'm glad to hear you finished it. Well I hope when I see Abe-san again she can give me some insight of what she thought of your performance. I'm pretty sure she's gonna want to say something to you. Naruto sighed before raising a finger, oh, but if she said we ripped off her clothes and used her as bait, she's lying. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Naruto-san. The whiskered man turned to Asia as she approached the couch and looked down at her silent friend lying back in the furniture. What happened to Issei-san? Don't know. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and looked at the defeated pervert. I was gonna beat him up for slamming me against the mermaid but when I got out of the pool he was already crying in a ball on the ground. I just dragged him back here and he's been like that since. No idea what happened. Asia was worried about her friend and gently touched his shoulder. Issei saw. Asia. Issei immediately came back to life and wrapped his arms around the blonde girl as he cried. She stuttered, Issei-san. Asia. Help me. I can't get these terrible images out of my head. He hugged her tighter and whimpered into her bosom, you're the only one that can help. Asia blushed in surprise and embarrassment before she started lowering her hands to comfort him. Ice. Guo. Beast. Gaia HHHHHHHH. Issei screamed as his whole body was struck with blasts of lightning from the sprite dragon's mouth. The pervert fell into a smoking heap on the ground as the little dragon flew into the blonde's embrace instead. Rasei-kun. You can't attack Issei-san like that. He's my friend. Akeno shook her head. Era, looks like sprite dragons really are protective of girls around men. I don't think Issei-kun will get any comfort with Rasei-kun around. You little prick. Issei jumped to his feet and glared at the dragon. Stop hogging Asia. I want her hugs too. Guo. Bzzzt. Ah. Rasei-kun, stop. As the dragon's lighting brightened the room, Rias moved around the couch to walk over to Natuto. She inclined her head, so how does it feel to finish your first job as a devil? If all the jobs are something like this then I'm pretty sure you tricked me saying they were easy. But I can't lie and say it wasn't fun. He ran his fingers over the towel in his hand before placing it over the couch. I guess we don't get any reward for these jobs or anything, huh? Not usually. Just the promise of future favors and contracts. But if it means anything. Rias smiled up at him and placed a hand against his chest. I'm very proud of you. Naruto saw the smile on the beautiful woman's face and cracked a small smirk of his own. Well, I guess that's better than nothing. Damn it. Bzzzt. Gah. Can I go home now? Devil. Naruto walked back to his apartment in the middle of the night after saying goodbye to everyone else from the club. He climbed the stairs to the next floor, ignoring the lights and strange moaning from the main office where his landlord worked. As he walked back to his room he rubbed his neck. I need to learn how to do that magic circle thing so I don't have to keep walking back home every night. Pain in the ass. Naruto started fiddling with his keys to try and get them in the lock. As he started putting them in place, a small smile grew on his face at the fun and levity he had over the last few days. Something he noticed he had not experienced in many months since coming to this town. His smile grew, well, I guess it's not so bad. He finally unlocked his door and let it swing open. And was confused when he noticed no moonlight illuminated his shadow into the room. Finally. Been waiting all night for you to come back. Don't mean to be rude, but patience is one of the hardest virtues to expect of people. Even a saint. Naruto's eyes widened, alarms going off in his head as he felt the extremely powerful presence suddenly appear behind him. He turned around. To see an older man with a mix of black and gold hair with 12 wings spreading from his back, blacker than even the darkest corner of the night. He gave a confident smirk. So you're the weirdo that popped out of nowhere, right? Mind if I take some time to talk with you? Devil. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Tilda. There. You like it there, you whore. Oh yeah. Fuck me there. Taichi watched the porn with growing interest as he felt a part of himself grow as well. He reached over and grabbed a box of tissues to assist him. Crash. Boom asterisk boom asterisk boom. Slam. The whole room shook with a powerful earthquake as the TV fell over and smashed into the ground. The landlord jumped out of his seat. What the hell? He ran outside and gaped at the sight of one of the doors to the rooms ripped off its hinges and broken in the street, multiple craters and a bent light post, and finally a dumpster to the side looking like a meteor struck down on it and crushed its center. He freaked out. What the hell happened to my property? He walked further out and looked over his entire shitty complex to finally see the room the door had been ripped off of. He snarled, Uzumaki. What did you do to my complex? If you had a hand in this, I'll make you pay for the whole damn thing. He waited for a reply. But got none. He waited impatiently before clicking his teeth and running up the stairs to meet the boy face to face. He peered in the room and found it completely empty. He looked around the area again and scratched his head with confusion. Where'd Uzumaki go? Asia-chan, you don't need to do the laundry so early in the morning. The kind nun gave a cute smile and answered, oh, it's no problem whatsoever, Otu-sama. She gave a small hum and hefted the basket into her arms. I just thought since I had a moment I would put our clothes in the washer before we forgot. The older man swooned at the young girl's kindness. Thank you, Asia-chan. Asia-chan. A woman called from down the stairs as she was cooking the rice and eggs for the morning. Can you come help me with breakfast? I need to focus on the lunches and I want to make sure I don't burn the eggs. Okay, Oka-sama. Asia replied before she looked down at the basket in her arms. Oh no. She said she was going to do the laundry. But she needed to help with breakfast. What should she do? What should she do? Her inner panicking was silenced as the basket was lifted from her arms and she saw Issei giving her a reaffirming smile. It's okay, Asia. You can go help mom, I got this. Are you sure? Asia asked her best friend and roommate apprehensively. He nodded, totally. Despite mom and dad's disbelief, I can wash my clothes if I tried. He smiled. You can go help. I've got this. Asia gave a big smile and nodded. Thank you, Issei-san. She quickly moved to the stairs and descended them to go help his mother cook breakfast and lunch. Like an angel coming down from heaven. That's what Asia was in his household. A little angel that suddenly appeared in their lives and made everything better. She was polite. Kind. She cooked. She cleaned. She was like the perfect daughter that his parents were forever denied when they saw he had a little member between his legs when he was born. And he appreciated having a companion and best friend to be by his side almost every day. Plus there were a lot of benefits to being in the same house with a girl like that. He was currently carrying a basket with some of her bras and panties. He sometimes got to see her coming out of the shower with a towel supported around her body. She came into his room some nights and slept beside him in his bed and her warmth enveloped him like a heavy blanket. Plus, there were those few times Asia tried to act more devilish, and wear some sexy lingerie in front of him. He didn't know how turned on he could get at the sight of a girl wearing sexy underwear while still being bashful and meek about it. Then again, He supposed not every girl could pull off wearing something like that as boldly as Bucho could. Or Akeno-san. Oh. And that was another thing that had been changing in his life recently. The absolutely huge boost in sexy ladies around him since he turned into a devil. It had to be like -1000% better than it was before he became a part of the peerage. He loved being a devil. He had more fun. He was making friends. He was connecting with people. There were boobs. He got to do some good. There were boobs. He met Asia. Boobs. 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 Should I just assume that since your mind is usually clouded with thoughts like this, I should only be worried if you don't have the female body on the mind at the time? Issei grinned perversely as he walked into the laundry room. Oh, no problem there. My mind is always on stuff like this. You won't have to worry about anything. You say that, but the fact you admit it is concerning in its own way. Well, that's your problem then. Issei replied simply before his eyes widened when he realized he was talking to the same strange voice as last night. He looked around. Who said that? What? You don't know who I am. I should feel hurt. Issei was panicking. Where are you? I'm with you. Every waking moment. What? I suppose that was a bit too ominous. Down here. Issei looked down and saw a light fade under the skin beneath the back of his left hand. He lifted it up and stared at the back of his hand, the jewel. My jewel, actually. I'm the spirit of the dragon that inhabits boosted gear. Issei's eyes widened. Why, you're alive. Not in most technical senses, but yes. Issei marveled at the thought that his sacred gear had a consciousness in it. He looked his hand over, analyzing the light that emanated from his hand in wonder. So, you live in the sacred gear or something? My original body was destroyed, mutilated, taken apart, and hidden from the world so that I nor anyone else may ever reconstruct it to access its massive reserves of power. God took my soul, bound it to a gauntlet, created the boosted gear, and cursed me to live out the rest of eternity under another's rule. Oh. Wow. Issei droned, feeling rather uncomfortable and unnerved by the lengths God and these other people went to make sure this dragon didn't get his body back. Issei awkwardly spoke. That sucks. Yes. But I've come to count the small blessings I get. For example, I suppose I should be glad I was not materialized in your right hand. Issei was befuddled. What does that owe? Yeah, I get it. Did that seem too easy? No. It was funny. Thank you. Issei looked around the room and didn't know how to continue the conversation with the spirit in his gauntlet. He scratched his head. So, do I call you boosted gear or? I've had many names over the millennia. The Red Dragon Emperor is the most prominent. The Welsh Dragon. The Red Death. The Scarlet Plague. But my true name is Ddrag. You can choose any of those you prefer. Oh, okay. Issei looked down at his hand and gave a small bow. Thanks for your help, Ddrag. You're thanking me? Yeah. Why? Is that weird? Well, most of the previous hosts for the boosted gear never thanked me for something like this. They usually demand more strength and power from me every chance they can. And they're quite angry when they do. Oh. Well, because of you I've been able to get stronger recently and keep up with everyone else in my group. So of course I owe you some thanks. Well, you're quite welcome. Issei. Issei flailed his arms around a bit in panic before slamming them down and turning back. Hey dad. The father with the glasses and some wrinkles looked around the small room and then at his son. Were you talking to yourself? Issei drew a blank and was silent in thought before just nodding. Why yeah dad, I was just talking to myself. Going over some stuff we're studying in class. Making sure I got it. His father seemed skeptical of his son going over a topic in school before he noticed the basket of laundry in front of him. He asked, why are you doing the laundry? Huh. Issei looked back down at the reason he came in here and bopped himself in the head. He nodded. Right, I told Asia that if she wanted to go help with breakfast then I could handle the laundry. He started taking out the clothes and filling the machine. She helps around so much that I didn't wanna let her do too much at once. She is our guest after all. He felt a hand rest on his shoulder. Issei. He looked back and saw his father crying happily and sniffling his nose. I had no idea even my pervert of a son could have some chivalrous moments when he tried. He started crying into his sleeve. Maybe Asia-chan won't be so bad off being stuck with a guy like you. Thanks, Dad. Yeah, makes me real warm and fuzzy hearing you say that. His dad gave him a quick thumbs up and backed out the room. Good luck trying to score well with Asia-chan's son. He then left in a dash to go help the ladies downstairs and get ready for work. Issei was just glaring at the spot his dad just left and shook his head. My parents. He then sighed and continued doing the laundry while talking to the spirit that inhabited his sacred gear. I guess we should be pretty lucky he didn't hear you talking, huh? That won't be a problem. Most people can't hear me when I talk with you. Something of a private conversation between you and I. Only those that have similar sacred gears, ones with spirits lingering inside of them, can hope to hear us, or if I decide to let other people hear us talk as well. Issei was silent before asking, so, unless you let them hear you, if I talk to you it'll look like you are talking to yourself, yes. Great. Issei deadpanned, not looking forward to the idea of appearing like a crazy psycho talking to his hand in front of others. That was going to be fun. Issei kept filling laundry until something crossed his mind. Wait. If you could hear me and talk with me, why are you only now doing it? There hasn't been a reason to until now. Usually I let some time pass and let my hosts get stronger before I greet them. But it seems like the sooner the better considering what's going to happen. Issei stopped unloading the basket and looked at his hand. What's going to happen? I'm not sure. But call it a sense of foreboding. Devil. Rias was walking to school with Kaneko traveling by her side. She was speaking to her little rook lightly about their classes. I have a quiz on the Meiji period in history and we're going over more algebraic formulas in math. What about you? How are you doing with the classes? Kaneko looked up. I'm fine. She pointed out with a cute little pout, but it's still kinda boring. I'm sure there are a lot of people that think that way as well, Kaneko. Rias noted before looking back down. Have you been keeping in touch with Gasper? Kaneko gave a small nod. Gaia-kun texts me every few hours. Asking me what we went over in class. If I've caught up with all the new shows and if I'm watching anything new. And he wants to know if everyone is okay. But nothing about leaving the room, I reckon. Nope. I figured. Rias sighed and accepted that her cute little bishop probably didn't wanna come out of his room just yet. Children and their feelings and hormones. It was just so hard to deal with them sometimes. She resigned herself and asked the younger girl for a favor. Can you make sure he's eating his vegetables? I don't want to scrutinize him, but I at least want to make sure he can keep up with meals while he's staying in his room. You can ask him if you want. Kaneko noted, if there's anyone Gaia-kun would listen to without argument it would be you, Bucho. I know, but he feels more comfortable talking with you. I'm pretty sure you're his best friend, despite all your teasing. Rias then gave her a wry look out of the corner of her eye. Then again, maybe I should ask someone who actually eats their vegetables to make sure he does. Kaneko avoided her eyes and looked aside like a child being called out by their parent. Rias giggled a little. I know you don't like them, Kaneko. You never have, but they're good for you. Eat them and they'll help you grow. Kaneko's eyes turned back to her and wandered up to the slightly jiggling mounds of flesh protruding from Rias' chest. Kaneko squinted her eyes. Not anywhere important. What was that? Nothing. Rias decided to continue on from the previous topic to something more fun. What did you think about going back to the forest yesterday? It was quite a lot of fun, don't you think? Kaneko shook her head with a mild scowl. I didn't like the slime. Yeah, I didn't either. Rias admitted with a scowl of her own, remembering the creatures that nearly humiliated them by withering away their clothes to nothing. She gave a small nod, but we won't have to be worrying about them anymore. Agreed. It was a moment in silence before a fond smile came over the crimson-haired woman's face. She gave a soft laugh before looking down at the shorter girl. I remember when we first brought you to the forest a few years back. You were so scared and you hid behind me looking around like a timid little girl. Kaneko looked off to the side with a slight pink hue of embarrassment at remembering her nervousness that day. She whispered out, I was younger back then. Not much younger. Rias pointed out as she smiled at Kaneko's pout. She then looked back up, but I remember when we were walking through the forest and you finally spotted that little kitten walking around the trunk of a tree. You just stopped. And without saying another word you walked over, picked her up, nuzzled her close and Shiro. That's right. Rias smiled and nodded. That was one of the first times I had seen you smile back in the old days. The senior girl gave a small laugh. I just remembered that when I saw Asia get her familiar yesterday. Kaneko gave a small nod. Asia-senpai seemed really happy. Yeah. It's too bad the others couldn't make it in time to come with us. I bet Issei would have enjoyed being in the company of those slime creatures. And Naruto. Rias didn't say anything more when in the corner of her eye she saw Kenko give a slight hunch of her shoulder and a guilty look to the side. Rias looked down in thought before asking, so you're sure about what he was using? Kaneko was silent before giving a hesitant nod of the head. Immense boost of strength and speed. The change in facial features. How the usually aloof but undeniably kind older boy became far more unhinged and ruthless in those few minutes. Even if he did use a number of different abilities at the time, the base technique was still overly familiar to her. Kaneko weakly muttered out with a hint of worry and fear in her voice, Senjutsu. Ria's face took a pinch of empathy for the young girl's feelings to the special technique. She remembered just how much that technique had twisted and destroyed her old life, and left a deep scar in her heart that hasn't fully healed even after all this time. During the fight with Riser, even Rias could tell how much more powerful Naruto was after using that technique. And that for a few moments, it looked like he wasn't totally in control of his actions during the fight. And while Rias was more than just curious to ask him what he did, she made a promise that she would wait until he was ready to tell her everything about himself. It was the same thing she did with all her peerage when they first joined. They needed time to adjust and trust her and each other. But she knew what having a technique like this did to worry the young rook. She was already unconsciously preparing for the worst, and she was obviously disheartened at the idea of losing someone she was quickly considering a friend. Rias stopped in the street, causing Kaneko to look up from her solemn gaze and turn back to her king. She asked, Bucho. Rias didn't want to say it, knowing what feelings it brought up in the young girl, but she had to say it. Rias softly spoke, Kaneko. Naruto isn't like your sister. Kaneko's eyes widened in shock before she looked aside in shame. Was she really still that badly affected by it? Enough that even Bucho would have to say something. She whispered, I know. But. I know it might not seem like it, but he is in control. He's not losing himself to the madness and he told me he wasn't going to abuse that technique because he only just got it back. Rias reassured the little freshman kindly with a smile, he won't risk it. Kaneko was silent and her mouth turned a little before she lowered her gaze down at the ground. I know. Naruto-senpai is nice and kind. But I remember that was what it was like before it happened. Kaneko's mouth turned into a small, guilty frown as she remembered her reluctance to interact with him the last few days and his confusion at her change in attitude. She lowered her head. I didn't mean to react like that. But. Before Kenko could talk anymore, Rias brought her little rook close and gave her a quick hug. She spoke with a comforting tone to the sweet girl, I think you may be overthinking this. But you always have a tendency to think and criticize yourself for the little mistakes. She affectionately placed a hand on her head, you're my sweet little girl and I promise I won't let you ever experience something like that again if it's in my power to help. We won't let Naruto succumb to that hatred by any chance. And if he does, well I'll just beat him up myself and knock the sense back into him. Kaneko kept a keen ear open to Rias's words before closing her eyes and leaning further into the warm hug that enveloped her. Since she was younger, a hug like this always somehow calmed her nerves and kept her sane. She opened an eye again, Bucho. I want to apologize to Naruto-senpai. Rias pulled back and looked down at the freshman, I don't think you have to. Just talk to him again and I think he'll respond in kind. I know. Kenko gave a small nod before meekly looking aside, still. I want to say I'm sorry for acting like that. Rias laughed a little before patting her head, okay. Well if you really feel like that, then I can ask him to go see you during your lunch period or something. Not like he'll mind skipping a class to come say hi to you. Kaneko gave a very small smile and nodded, thank you. No problem. Rias separated from her friend and they continued their walk to school, come on. We don't want to be late. Devil. Hey Issei. Asia-chan. Let's eat together. Yeah. Come on, join us. Asia blinked in surprise at Motohama and Matsuda's eagerness to get her to eat with them. She perked up with joy and nodded, oh. Of course. She turned to her best friend, Issei-san, let's go eat with Motohama-san and Matsuda-san. Issei blinked in horrified shock and stared at his two friends angrily. Just as he was about to go out and have a peaceful lunch with Asia, these two jackasses appeared. He really wanted to tell them no and laugh while walking away. But Asia just considered their proposal as a fun activity and he didn't have the heart to turn her down. He gave a reluctant smile and a weak nod, why yeah, sure. That sounds like fun. Asia gave a cute giggle before giving a small bow, I just need to go and grab my bento. Excuse me. Asia moved back to the classroom and Issei cheerfully waved her off, take your time. Issei raised his arms and stopped the aggressive palm attacks of his two friends. The three best friends growled at each other like primal animals with loathing and hate filling their voices. Issei growled, hey buddies. What's wrong with you guys today? What's wrong? The bald member of the duo spoke rhetorically before glaring at the brown-haired member of their group like he had committed some great betrayal. You know what's wrong, you bastard. What's wrong is that you're going off to cuddle up and get all lovey-dovey with Asia-chan during lunch. The glasses-wearing teen continued off as he kept trying to push against Issei's arm but found a surprising amount of resistance. He nearly cried out, it wasn't bad enough that you got to spend all of Golden Week off with the hotties from the orc, was it? Now you're eating with your cute girlfriend by yourself and leaving the rest of us pathetic lonely losers by ourselves. Matsuda cried out in anguish, you used to lead the loser trio and now you've abandoned us. You prick. Issei forced them back and grumbled while fixing his uniform. If they only knew that during the break he was doing nothing else but train and get his ass handed to him on a daily basis. Of course he did see some bare breasts and nipple when Rias and Keno walked out of the bath and while he was working his new technique on Asia. Well, maybe he was leading a much better life away from these guys now. He chuckled proudly, maybe I'm just growing up guys. Becoming a better man and everything. Can't just sit around watching porn all night long. The two other perverts looked between each other before Motohama fixed his glasses and smirked, well if you feel that way about it then there's no reason to let you borrow the new, threw in the back door volume .7 feet I just got delivered to me yesterday. Volume 7. Issei exclaimed in shock as an almost childlike wonder filled his eyes, I thought that was just a myth. Hey, you'll let me borrow it, right? Right. Don't know. It's really just for us losers. Matsuda mocked while folding his arms and speaking in a high, condescending manner, and weren't you beyond the childishness of porn like us? Issei grumbled and cupped his chin before sighing, fine. If I let you guys come eat lunch with us, then can I borrow the porn? Deal. They both announced with outstretched hands which Issei eagerly took and sealed their deal with a shake. He didn't know whether to tell them they just made a deal with a devil to lend him some porn but decided to keep that as an inside joke for himself. He pulled his hands back and had to inquire, but why are you guys so eager to come eat with us anyway? This is our lunch period. Doesn't that usually mean you guys would sneak off without me and peek through the changing room of the seniors? Usually. But now Asia-chan and you have started to mingle. Which means your natural horny tendencies are starting to stir and grow in the presence of a smoking hot babe like her. And God knows what you'll do to Asia-chan when the time comes. She's probably experienced enough of a crappy life so far without having to deal with fending you off with a stick. As gentlemen, it is up to us to protect Asia-chan's chastity and intercept, cock block, and blue ball you at every turn. Issei's eyebrow twitched as he gave a forced grin, geez, thanks for the heroics, dicks. But then he realized they said something about Asia's unfortunate past and knew he never told them anything about her being from the church. He asked, what did you guys mean a crappy life? What were you talking about? The two perverts looked between each other and then back at the last pervert. Well duh, dumbass, we're talking about her being the little sister to Uzumaki-senpai, duh. Oh shit. Kiba's elaborate little lie to avoid all questions about Asia's past. He nearly forgot. Kiba said there was something about their household where the family had problems and had to separate. And now she's staying in Japan and has to stay with you, right? The bald teen crossed his arms and tilted his head. Geez, I wonder how bad the house had to be to produce a bad egg like Uzumaki-senpai but have a sweet girl like Asia-chan too. Why yeah. Makes you wonder. Issei turned his head and gave a nervous chuckle at the matter. The subject about shady past started bringing up some thoughts that he had always seemed to forget to ask the man in question. Something crossed his mind before he asked his two friends, "Hey, do you guys know where all the crazy rumors and bad stories about Naruto-senpai came from in the first place?" "What do you mean where did they come from?" Motohama asked rhetorically before counting off his fingers. "He never comes to school. When he does he barely shows up to class. He always gets into fights. Well, I guess that's understandable because some guys try to hustle him for money or pick on him and he's just protecting himself. But he always beats up the bigger guys like a pro. Like he's some kinda trained fighter or assassin or whatever." Issei shrugged. "Yeah, but that didn't start all those crazy rumors about him having underworld connections and being a thug, right? Where did those come from?" Matsuda held his arms out like a ghost and started speaking in a creepy voice. "They say, years ago, a lone teen with blonde hair walked into town. Scars on his face like whiskers on an animal, and 2 cigars in his mouth because he was so damn hardcore. People backed away because he strode through the town with blood and dirt all over him, like a man that had just walked away from a slaughter. He had his hands in his pockets and a evil sneer on his face, and a single look at anyone around him sent them screaming and running home. He lowered his arms and nodded. Rumors say that was Uzumaki-senpai and that he was part of a gang fight or something before coming here. And do you guys actually believe that?" Issei asked incredulously before shrugging. "I mean he's come to my club a lot over the last few days and he's harmly he's Nick he's cool he's..." Issei seemed unsure about what to follow up with. "Not as bad as I thought he was." "You don't sound like you actually mean that." "Yeah, I don't know. He's kind of a hard guy to figure out." "Well, whatever you think he is, aren't you worried about the girls in your club?" Motohama inquired with anxious yet slightly intrigued wonder. "I mean Asia-chan's his little sister so she's safe but what about the other girls?" Issei raised an eyebrow. "What are you talking about?" "We're talking about the kinda stuff he could be making the other girls in the orc do while you're not around." Matsuda finished explaining before a creepy blush came across both their faces and they looked up in thought. Like what if he's engaging in some heavy petting scenarios with Kaneko-chan? Kaneko was dressed in a white one-piece swimsuit and flinching while Naruto's fingers roamed over her body as she sat in his lap. She quietly moaned out while Naruto chuckled, "Senpai tilde. And don't forget that he got in trouble with Himehime-senpai last year when he broke into the locker room or something. Maybe he finally decided to take a chance and grab those wonderful mounds he saw last time." Akeno innocently moaned as Naruto cupped her massive breasts and started bouncing and moving them around. Akeno couldn't contain her moans and whimpered out, "You Uzumaki-kun, why you can't? We're just students." Naruto didn't stop fondling her breasts as her back arched and she climaxed, "Iya tilde." The two perverts both went red at the final idea that crossed their minds, or maybe he's going for the grand masterpiece and courting Gremory-sama without anyone knowing. Rias covered her bare breasts and looked aside with embarrassment under Naruto's intense gaze. She looked aside. "You Uzumaki-kun, I don't think I'm ready for this yet." Naruto smirked as he removed his shirt as well, his face completely darkened out except for his smile. He reassured the girl, "There's nothing to worry about Gremory-san. Every girl feels nervous for their first time. Just relax. And I'll take care of everything." Rias was hesitant before she closed her eyes and braced herself for whatever happened. She finally felt something penetrate her maidenly barrier and let out a small scream, "Ah tilde." Off to the side, petals started to fall off a flower and stop. Matsuda and Motohama came out of their perverted daydreams and saw Issei holding his hand up to stop them. They asked, "What's wrong?" "So much. That's what's wrong." Issei took a moment to rub the bridge of his nose and sigh. A forceful Naruto. A meek Kaneko. An innocent Akeno. And an embarrassed Rias. Geez. These guys really didn't have any idea how the actual people acted in person, did they? Well, he guessed until only recently he had been speculating how they acted around other people as well because everyone else was too nervous to approach them. A book by its cover really did do a lot to affect a person's image of others. Ah, did the little lechers stop their tales of debauchery already? And it sounded like it was just getting good. The three boys all cringed at the snarky, slightly interested and familiar voice that came from behind them. They turned around and groaned at the sight of the last person they wanted to see right now. Or ever. Standing proudly with her arms under her modest chest and a snarky, creepy grin was a girl their age with just a few inches of advantage to Asia in height. She had long, messy brown hair tied up into two mild braids that went down the front of her shoulders. She wore glasses that covered yellow eyes that were slightly lidded with a calm but piercing gaze. This girl was Aika Kuryu, and she was probably the only girl in Kuo Academy that could unnerve the perverted trio. She smirked and fixed her glasses. What's wrong, boys? I thought those unparalleled imaginations and rampant daydreams of perversion and skinship were incapable of being stopped. Running on empty or something. The three boys were grumbling in annoyance at their natural enemy's arrival. Kuryu, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be destroying dreams and ruining people's happiness? Oh, I think I can take a break for an afternoon so I can keep terrorizing my three favorite sexual deviants. She gave a big smile, and I'm especially happy I did, considering you guys are standing in the hallway giving what-if scenarios about if Uzumaki-senpai was a total horn dog. She looked behind her shoulder. Looks like they might be a little jealous about your bad boy brother, Asia tilde. They looked behind the daring girl and saw Asia with a burning red face and shaking after hearing all the possible scandalous acts that could be transpiring in their club room. Her mind was going into overdrive. En Naruto I mean Oni-sama is. No. Issei stopped Asia's meltdown as her eyes started swirling as she started losing her footing. It's not real, Asia. None of that was real. It was just the idiots being idiots and talking nonsense. Don't think about it. Asia started turning back into a normal color as Issei's words started bringing her back. Aika poked herself in the cheek and looked up in thought. You know, you guys are talking so much about how he interacts with the girls that you won't even address the idea of how he is around boys. Like when no one is around, he takes Kiba-kun and. No. Shut up. No more from you. Or any of you. Issei yelled at his two friends and the bespectacled girl in an effort to shut them up completely before her horrific scenario could take root in their minds. He rubbed his forehead and sighed before turning back around. Okay, I have two things to say. First, just a question, why are you guys worried that Naruto-senpai would do this stuff but I can't? They answered immediately with certainty, because you couldn't score even if you tried and God blessed you with the charm of a prince. Issei grumbled. Okay. Yes that's fine. Issei reluctantly accepted that reasoning with some venom in his voice. He decided to continue anyway, and second. I know the bad representative he gets makes him sound really bad, and he might seem like a jerk, which he is sometimes. And a dick. And an ass. And. Asia gently pulled on his sleeve. Issei-san. Right, sorry. He went back on track, but he isn't nearly as bad as I thought. He's weird, but cool. He stated before shrugging, sorta. The two perverts and the glasses girl thought about what he said about the usually loner boy and didn't know what to say. The two boys shrugged. Well, if you think he's cool then that's enough for me, Issei. Yeah, we'll take your word. Issei's shoulders fell and he looked at his two friends in shock. Wait, seriously? That easy? Yeah, we're friends. We believe you. If you vouch, then that's enough for us. Issei was completely stunned by their apparent, easy acceptance of his opinion about the guy they had never even met. He looked down and saw Asia with a slightly surprised look on her face as well before she looked up and smiled at him. Well, guess that was it. Well, fantastic. Aika clapped and looked around them. If that's it, let's go and start eating. Whoa. When did we invite you to lunch? You invited Asia. It's my duty to make sure nothing weird happens to her while she's around you guys. We beautiful maidens gotta stick together. How are you a beautiful maiden? Devil. Gremory-san. The crimson-haired woman stopped her trek to the next class and looked back as the tennis captain ran up to her in a hurry. She let her bag hang from her hand and turned to address the beast tamer that came to talk. My, Abe-san, to what do I owe the unexpected pleasure? Kiyomi walked up to her before crossing her arms and speaking with a miffed tone at the subtle jab. No reason to be uncomfortable. I just wished to talk to you about the request I asked for assistance with yesterday. In your. She glanced off to the side with mild displeasure. Servant's performance. Oh crap. Here it comes. Rias intervened and spoke before she could say anything. I should just inform you that as a respect and service of the Gremory house, we will be willing to pay you back in full for any damages you might have sustained during the process of one of our servants' duties. That includes any and all clothing damage. It's all. Kiyomi shivered and unconsciously covered her breasts in remembering the humiliation she suffered last night, ripped my bikini and jacket up into string. I had to return home in my school jersey. And I can still feel Hyodo-kun's eyes roaming over me. Rias sighed disappointingly and gave a small bow. I'm terribly sorry about their unruly behavior. Issei and Naruto are still a little rough around the edges while starting out, but they mean well and I hope they were able to finish your task to completion. Kiyomi seemed conflicted for a moment before looking aside. That's what I wished to discuss with you. Rias stood back up and the spiral-haired girl rubbed one of her arms nervously. While their methods were unorthodox and unnecessary, they did indeed complete my request and help me with my mermaid friend. While Kiyomi ran off to the girl's room to grab her jersey, she returned to see Naruto helping pull Eselina to the side and wake her up. Issei was still crouched on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably and blubbering like a child. She was still quite angry about the fact that she was stripped naked and used as bait, but that rage quickly subsided when she realized that Eselina was going to live and was no longer in danger. Even all her anger couldn't stay knowing that her friend was going to be alive. So while she wasn't pleased about being humiliated, she was willing to let that fact slide for now. Kiyomi hid her hands behind her back and meekly looked aside under the gaze of the devil woman. She quietly spoke out. I don't wish to extend this awkward meeting any further, so I will just get to the point. Tell those boys that they need to learn to do their jobs better. She waited for a moment before giving a small nod, and that I am extremely grateful for their assistance last night. Rias was, actually surprised by the sudden turn of the conversation. One moment she was complaining about Issei's perversion and Naruto's horrendous customer service. The next she was offering her thanks for their help. And Rias was especially caught off guard by this change because most of her conversations with Kiyomi were tense and rigid, considering one was from a prestigious human family and the other was a famous devil. So while Rias was surprised at first, she gave a small nod and hum in return, right. I'll make sure to pass that along. Thank you. Kiyomi stood there silently for a moment before deciding to break away and head back to her class. I must be going. I promised to meet some of my friends for lunch and I'm holding them up. Of course. And I hope we'll be able to work together again in the future, Abe-san. Kiyomi seemed annoyed and unenthusiastic about the idea as she gave a hollow reply, right. I'll just count the seconds until that happens again. She decided to ignore the mild jab at her service and just continue her walk towards the other classroom. She finally arrived and didn't wait a moment before sliding the door open and walking over to her friends' tables. She heard some people gasp in excitement for whatever reason as Akeno looked up to greet her. Bucho, just in time. Hey Akeno. I came to see if you were ready to eat. Rias stated before looking over at Sona as the bespectacled girl was putting away her notebook. Sauna, do you wish to join us? The president looked up at her friend from her position over her bag and gave a small smile. I suppose this will become a regular occurrence now, correct? Rias just gave a pleasant, knowing smile as Sona stood back up and nodded. Well, I don't have any work right now and I'd be lying if I said there wasn't always some entertainment you provided while we ate. Rias gave her a pointed look. You know, some best friends would just agree to the offer instead of providing a reason. Sona just smiled knowing she could still push Rias' buttons after all these years. Of course I'll join you. Great. Akeno added to the conversation, then shall we push the desks together and eat here again, or find somewhere else to eat? I hear the hills are quite a pleasant place to eat during the day. Sona stated as she secured her bag over her shoulder. Why don't we try out there today and see how it feels? Perfect. Rias said happily before looking around. Now we just need to find Naruto. Where is he? Akeno answered. Sorry Bucho, but he didn't come to school today. What? Sona responded. Uzumaki-kun didn't show up to class or school. No one has seen him all day. Rias was surprised by that piece of information. Then a little shocked. Then miffed. Then her shoulders were shaking slightly and she was making a mix of a stern scowl and peeved pout. She grumbled, "Did he skip? Even though I won the bet and he knows he's not supposed to anymore." Well. Old habits. Rias gave a reluctant and unamused hum before she resigned herself to the truth that he wasn't coming today. She turned around and headed out the door along with her friends and bemoaned, "Well, someone wanted to talk to him, and he isn't even here. If he was going to be absent he should have called and, oh, right, no phone. Well, if he's just skipping I'm going to be so mad." Akeno said, "Maybe he is sick. Or perhaps he has a legitimate reason for being absent today." Rias and Sona looked at the ponytailed girl with some skepticism at her words. Akeno gave a pleasant smile. "Not that I actually believe that. If anything he's probably just lazing around and forgetting that he's a student so he can sleep. I just said that because anything is possible. You have a rather strange affliction to causing Uzumaki-kun trouble and watching him squirm, don't you, Akeno?" "Why, Kaichu, whatever do you mean?" Rias gave her queen a suspicious look before deciding to push it from thought. If he wasn't here then he would probably be at the ramen shop or his house. The best option was to wait until later tonight and go see him with Kaneko. That way that Rook could give an apology and she could pull on his ear for skipping school again. She shrugged her shoulders. "Well, I suppose I should do something about his lunch. No reason I should let this go to waste." Sona looked her friend over before finally asking the question that had been running in her head for a while now. "Rias, why do you seem so interested in Uzumaki-kun?" "Huh. I mean lately you have shown a rather keen interest in him that I don't usually see you have in people. Especially boys." "It's true." Akeno gave an affirming nod. "You usually take care of the newest members of your peerage rather well, but you seem to be adding in a bit of something extra while interacting with Naruto-san." Rias was confused. Extra as in what exactly? Like a crush. Or how a girlfriend would act. "I think you two are reading into this a bit too much." "Not at all. You made him a bento. You fed it to him. You make little bets and you're quite peeved at the thought he would be skipping school. If I didn't know any better I would have thought you were trying to drop some hints on him." Sona gave a small but coy smile directed at her friend. For a girl that stated she would never be interested in boys, it's a rather surprising scene to witness. Rias looked between her two friends in thought before looking forward. They took note that even after what they said, she was not confirming or denying anything. After a moment, Rias smiled and gave a small laugh. "Well, he's just interesting that way, I suppose." Devil. Flights 534 to Taipei and Flight 815 to LAX will be delayed due to worsening weather conditions. Please stay behind the yellow line and wait for your luggage to come around on the belt. Any luggage not picked up will be terminated by the security. All passengers arriving from Vatican City, please stay behind the yellow line and wait for your luggage to come around on the belt. Damn. A man in a suit said impatiently as he looked down at his watch and tapped his foot on the floor. "Hurry up. I'm gonna be late." He still didn't see his luggage from his arrival and was doing his best not to curse from the inconvenience. Before his annoyance could bubble over, him and several other citizens saw something very strange suddenly arrive on the conveyor belt with a metallic thud. Everyone stared at the large object, what appeared to be a cross with rounded sides completely covered in a layer of wrapping that obscured a view of what was beneath it. The man in the suit gaped at the sight of the strange luggage. "What the? Excuse me." He looked to the side and saw a shorter figure walk past him and over to the conveyor belt. He could tell it was a female due to the voice despite the unfeminine tone she had. She was dressed in a large white cloak with the hood up to hide her face from sight, and a silver cross to latch the two sides of the cloak together around her neck. She stepped up to the belt and reached out to effortlessly lift the massive package with one hand, stunning and shocking the people staring at the strange occurrence. "Come on, would you hurry up? We're late at it is with the landing being delayed. We were supposed to report in, like, an hour ago." They looked back to see another figure dressed in the exact same cloak as the other girl, but she had a much more feminine, higher-pitched voice. The one carrying the giant wrapped package secured it to her back before letting her arms vanish beneath her cloak again. "Well, sorry, but not all of us have the convenience of having all of our luggage wrapped around our bicep like you do." "Oh, don't whine." "I'm not whining. Merely making an observation. Well, let's hurry up. The other girl gave a cheerful smile beneath her hood before turning around. The car is waiting for us so we can get there before midnight if we hurry. The girl with the massive object gave an affirming hum before following after her companion and heading towards the exit of the airport. Leaving everybody else at the pickup spot just staring at their retreating forms with blank shock and awe. Devil. I'm surprised you wanted to walk there with me. Rias noted as she and Kaneko walked along the empty streets near the edge of Kuo town towards the apartment building. I'm sorry I couldn't get a magic circle fixed on his location. I try to get a point on him and it feels like it only works half the time. I suppose this was one of those times it didn't. It's fine. As long as we don't get rained on, that will be good. Kaneko stated while looking up at the black clouds and around the area of town she didn't usually travel through. I didn't know Senpai lived so close. Yeah. Rias looked back the way they came, just 30 minutes. Maybe I should just ask you to come by sometimes and make sure he's not getting himself into any trouble. Kaneko looked ahead. I wouldn't mind. She wondered something and asked, why don't you just call him? He doesn't have a phone. Kaneko gave a small look of surprise and intrigue at that. No one didn't have a phone nowadays. This made it difficult to reach him if all they could do to contact him was go find him in person. And considering the only places they knew to find him outside of school was the ramen shop and his apartment, if he decided to go anywhere else he would be off their radar. Kaneko nodded. He needs a phone. I agree. Rias stated before giving a solemn sigh and shook her head, but then there's the fact we would have to teach him how to work with it. If that happens I might ask you to handle that pain in the butt. Kenko tilted her head. Why me? Because if I did it he'd probably moan and daydream and purposefully ignore everything I say in an effort to annoy me even though I know he's listening. That's just how he works. Kenko deadpanned. That's a pretty accurate guess about what he'd do. Yeah. Rias then gave a giggle and patted the white-haired girl's head, but he would probably listen to you. He likes you. Kaneko seemed confused by that fact. Really? Yep. Rias nodded. He went out of his way to talk with you. You both fought together during the raiding game. And you're the only person he willingly brought to that little ramen shop he works at. I'm jealous of how comfortable he is with you. You don't have to be. He likes you more. Rias was surprised by Kaneko speaking up to say that as the short girl kept looking forward, he already told me once, how much his life had been changing since he met everyone. And that because of you, his days have been getting better. Since you changed him he's gotten happier. Kenko looked up at her master with a small smile on her face. He likes you the most, Bucho. Rias giggled. Well, maybe we can just ask him. She looked back up and started recognizing the area around them. We're almost there. Around the corner and. When the two girls rounded the corner, they stopped and stared at all the construction barriers, orange cones, drilling and digging equipment, and trucks that filled the usually empty street. They spotted a pattern of holes in the ground that had been cleared out and prepared to be filled in again with fresh concrete. And a light post that had been torn off to be replaced with a fixed, functional replacement. I'm sayin' that all this loud shit is making it even harder to sleep in this pit, ya daft olabassadard. Look. You sleep here. You get used to noise. So stop complaining or I'll charge you an extra 10,000 yen for sleeping here. If chargin' that much then ya could at least fix the water from being brown and black. Nothing good enough for you ingrates. How about anything would suffice? The foreigner yelled before flipping the landlord off and walking away in an angry huff. Rias spotted the familiar man and ran up to him. Mr. Marco. The European stopped walking and looked aside to see the crimson-haired girl run up to him. He faced her. Oi, ain't ya Naruto's bird from the other day? Rias something, right? Rias stated before looking around. What happened? Oh, some crazy shit happened last night when we weren't looking. Some crazy drunk driver musta crashed into the lamp and bent it cause it was all broken and everything. And somehow he shattered the ground and left a bunch of these holes in it all over the court. He gestured to the surrounding trucks and cars. Now we got these assholes working all day and not shutting the fuck up. Not like this place looked any better beforehand. Rias was looking around at the strange damages in the courtyard of the building before she felt Kenko tug on her sleeve. She looked down before seeing the girl's eyes fixed on one place and following her gaze. She saw a room without a door that appeared to have been blown off its hinges. Marco followed their eyes and up to the room. Ah yeah, and there's Naruto's door too. Damn thing blew off its hinges and flew off. I thought someone might have tried knocking down his door, but the thing fell down here in the street. What the hell could have done that? The man sighed and rubbed his neck. I'm tellin', yeah, this place is going to hell. Rias swallowed the lump in her throat before asking a question that had slowly been building with dread in her stomach. She felt Kaniko's hand grip her sleeve tighter as she asked, "Where's Naruto?" Naruto. Marco thought before shaking his head. He wasn't here during the work or when they were asking question. To be honest. I got no idea where he is. Devil. Wow, it's really pouring down now. Yuto noted from underneath his umbrella as he looked up at the black clouds that covered the town. He was glad he decided to take an umbrella with him after all. He really didn't want to get caught under this downpour while shopping for supplies. Yuto walked back home and looked down at his bag. I should probably set some stuff aside for my bento tomorrow. He looked over the extras he had and gave a small hum. Maybe I should try making one for Gasper-kun too. Kaniko-chan said he hasn't been eating very well lately. Ding. Yuto felt his phone vibrate and switched the hand holding his bag so he could reach into his pocket. He pulled it out and saw the message Rias had sent. Come to club. Urgent. The knight looked at the message and felt a sense of dread start to fill his belly. In their line of work, when someone as cool and composed as Rias Gremory was worried about something, it was really, really bad. Yuto was preparing to sprint to his home and teleport to school from there. Help! But he froze when he heard a voice scream out over the pouring rain and echo through the street. The platinum blonde looked around critically and tried to locate the origin of the scream. But he didn't have to wait long as a man dressed in Christian robes stumbled from around the corner and tried to get back to his feet. He looked around in a panic before finally spotting the young man standing to the side and reached out to him. Please. Please help me. He's coming. Yuto hesitantly took a step back and looked at the man with a hint of confusion. A priest was asking a devil for help. Even if he didn't know he was a devil, why would he ask someone off the street for assistance? It was suspicious. The priest got up to his feet. You have to hide me. If he finds me I'll be SCHWIP. Yuto stared in shock as a blade with a glowing aura pierced through the priest's chest and caused a line of blood to shoot from his chest and stain the street. The priest looked down at the tip of the blade sticking out from his chest and let out a pained gasp before his eyes rolled up and became void of life. The blade was slowly pulled out from his chest, the sound of steel scraping against the stiff bone, before it was finally freed from its confines in a massive spray of blood. The priest's corpse immediately fell to its knees and harshly landed face down, blood seeping from the wounds and flowing down the stream with the rain. The figure that had committed the murder stood there in silence with the glowing sword hanging by his side. Yuto kept a keen eye on the man and apprehensively took a step back. But the figure dashed towards him in an instant as Yuto created a sword to block the blading from cleaving him in half. A bolt of lightning stretched across the sky and that knight got a clear view of the man before him. His eyes narrowed and he said the name with disgust coating his words, Fried Selzen. The psychotic exorcist grinned manically and gave a disturbed chuckle. Well hello Tilda, sexy handsome devil San. How have you been doing? I've been quite fine actually. Much better considering I haven't had to see your face for nearly a month. Yuto was struggling to gain ground against the crazed enemy before he pushed back and dropped to his knees to cut Fried's legs, causing the exorcist to jump and flip several feet backwards for safety. The swordsman stood back up and looked down at the dead priest at his feet. The knight tightened his grip on his sword. You're attacking priests now too. Goodness, you've gone even further off the deep end since I last saw you. Ah, you remember our last time. That's sweet. Fried amusingly stated as he hugged himself with one arm and shifted around like he couldn't stay in one place. He smiled, and if you really must know, I'm not attacking guys like this for shits and giggles. I mean, I get tons of shits and giggles while I'm doing it, but it has a purpose. He held the sword in his hand up and it started giving off a powerful aura. I gotta keep practicing with this baby if I wanna get used to it. Yuto examined the sword in silence before his eyes slowly started to widen in horror. That aura. That power. That sense of connection it was giving off to him. All the horrible me worked and traumas playing though his head again. No. It can't be. Freed saw the look on his face and groaned even wider while teasing. You know what it is, don't you? Yuto swallowed the lump in his throat before his eyes constricted in anger and he growled out the words over the sound of pouring rain. Excalibur. Devil. The sound of thunder crashing rocked the abandoned church on its foundation before the doors quickly swung open and two figures ran inside for protection. They started slowing down from their quick dash into cover from the rain as they looked over their drenched cloaks. One of them bemoaned, "Ah geez, I almost got soaked through." She grabbed the edges of her cloak and started wringing out the water absorbed in it. I don't remember the weather in Japan being so heavy like this. It's nothing to be surprised about. We had rainy days like this in Italy quite a lot. The other girl said as she pulled the wrapped object off her back and placed it against a row of seats. She looked over herself and saw how wet she got. Considering you just came from England, I thought you would have become used to bits of weather like this. I am. But I remember Japan being much brighter and sunnier than this. I guess we'll have to stay here for the night. Perhaps we should just make this our base of operations while we stay here. No better place for us than a church, even if it is abandoned. The other girl noted before she looked around and saw the broken aisle seats, shattered floor, and the cross that had fallen over and broke on the ground. She asked, "What happened to this place?" "I heard it was a turf war or something. A dispute between a group of devils and fallen angels in this holy house. This town seems to be quite a center for chaotic activity if the reports are to be believed." The two girls reached up and pulled back their hoods. They were both young ladies with gorgeous and stunning features. One girl had blue hair with many different splits that traveled down to her chin. And on the right side of her hair was one fringe dyed in a bright green color. She undid the clasp of her cloak and pulled it off. We'll have to search quickly for the remaining pieces of Excalibur before they cause too much ruckus and plague this town even more than it already has. The other girl, a pretty young lady with long chestnut brown hair tied into twintails behind her back. She reassured her partner with a big smile. "Oh, we'll be fine. I can find our target without any problem. I grew up here, remember?" "You keep saying that but it doesn't exactly inspire confidence in me." She pouted. "Well, that's because you're a killjoy. Devil. Player 1 wins. Holy shit. I have never seen someone pull off that many Chun-Li kicks in a row. You're amazing, man," Issei said with admiration towards the older man he was playing games with as the rain poured outside, "especially considering you hurt your hands so bad." The older man, a gentleman dressed in a comfy yukata with a mix of black and gold hair, just laughed at the devil's praise. He looked down at his bandaged hands. "What these? All I need are my fingers to win a fight like this." "No problem. You know, I thought it would have been kinda rude to fight you in a game like this considering you were hurt." The pervert looked back at the screen and saw the total loss he was at fighting the much more experienced gamer. He groaned, "But now I think I'll need an even bigger handicap to even hope of fighting you equally." Don't be so hard on yourself, kid. The older man said as he patted Issei's back lightheartedly. "Once you play these games as much as I do, I'm sure you would be just as good." He grabbed the controller again. "You want to go another round?" Sure. Issei stated as he nervously took the controller and prepared for another round of Street Fighter. He asked with uncertainty, "But are you sure this is all you want me to do? Most people usually summon devils like us for the purpose of fulfilling a need or task. But so far all we've done is play video games. Well, I needed someone to play with and now you're fulfilling that need right now. I think that's acceptable for a request." The man looked at Issei. "Do you not want to play anymore?" "No, I'm fine. It's just a bit unusual is all. Well, I have a roommate but he doesn't really find any enjoyment out of playing games or watching movies or anything. I worry because he can't seem to appreciate any of the fun stuff around him." He started pressing away on the buttons and unleashing a barrage of combos as Honda. Then I hear about a new devil that drives around everywhere on a bike and I felt my interest peak. I just had to meet you. And I must say I'm not disappointed. Issei gave a weak chuckle and hung his head. Yeah. Some people really like the whole arriving on bike bit now. I don't get that exactly. Don't devils fly or crawl out of the ground from pits of fire or something? Can't you do that? Well, that's a bit of a dramatization of what we can actually do, but it's close. But I'm new to this whole devil business, and when I started I couldn't teleport to my jobs, so I drove around in a bike. I can teleport now with a little help, but apparently the bike thing is my calling card now or whatever. Wow. That must suck. Meh. Issei shrugged before he felt his phone vibrate and he paused the game. He looked at the message sent from Rias and he realized he couldn't waste time playing games right now. He stood up. Oh shit. I'm sorry, but I have to go. The older man looked up at him. What is it? Is something wrong? My master is giving me a call about something urgent. Issei ran over to the door and grabbed his umbrella before giving an apologetic bow. I'm very sorry I have to go like this. No, it's fine. If it's something important then you should definitely focus on that right now. Issei gave an appreciative nod. Thank you for understanding. It's okay, kid. The older man waved his apology off with an easy chuckle. I might call you over again sometime soon. Sure. I promise to come as quickly as possible. Issei opened up the door and gave one last farewell. Goodbye. He closed the door and started heading towards the elevator to take him down to the ground floor. He took out his phone and looked at the message again. What happened that got Bucho so worried? Perhaps something severe or unfortunate is about to occur. Issei rolled his eyes and glared at the jewel on his hand. Well, thanks Ddrag, you wanna try saying something a little more ominous and depressing next time. Forgive me, Issei. It's just that this is a rather common occurrence in the life of my hosts. Issei took interest in that statement as he raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? The strength you get from this gauntlet will always draw in strong and ambitious people. Some you may find as comrades. Some. Not so much. Many of my hosts spent most of their lives facing dangers and adversities in times of crisis. Well geez, you could have warned me about that. Issei deadpanned as he pressed the elevator button and waited for the lift to pick him up. He shook his head, but I'm really not interested in getting any more strength than needed. You're already helping me get stronger with the normal boost, so if that's fine. It's not. I'm sorry Issei, but as long as you hold the title of Sekiryuut, people will undoubtedly flock to fight and kill you. Especially now, with this strange change in the world's balance. Issei tilted his head. What strange change in the balance? And you will always have an adversary to clash against. Just as all of my hosts and I have clashed with for as long as I can remember. Against the White One. White One. Ding. The elevator arrived and Issei stepped in while still talking to his hand. Who's the White One? The door closed and the elevator descended. Ding. The second elevator arrived on the floor and opened to release its only passenger. A young man, wearing a black jacket with a gray shirt underneath it and red pants walked out of the lift with a bag in his hand. He had gray hair that spiked over in one direction and pale, piercing blue eyes. He took a few steps forward before stopping and looking back at the elevators like he had missed something important. He shrugged his shoulders before continuing on to his room. He walked in. I'm back. I bought some ramen too. The older man smiled and looked back from his game. Hey Valley. I'm right in the middle of a fight. Do you wanna take the second controller and face me? Not interested. Again. The young man stated stoically as he walked past the front room and headed towards the hallway. I've told you 100 times before I don't want to bother playing those childish games. The older man narrowed his eyes and groaned, damn. You need to learn to lighten up, kid. You're gonna die young if you're so serious all the time. I don't care. He went down the hall. I'm going to bed. Right. The older man kept playing his game before he realized something important and jumped off the floor to chase after Valley. Valley, wait. There's something in there. Valley didn't stop in time and opened the door to his soundproof, luxury bedroom. Shoved up your fucking cocks, you goddamn pieces of shit. The silver-haired boy stood in the doorway silently as he looked at the blonde man with whiskers currently lying on his bed with two pairs of large and strange locks completely binding his arms and legs together. He thrashed around on the bed and kept screaming at the top of his lungs, and when I get out of here I'm gonna make you fucking cunts regret this when I tear off your fucking heads and shit down your open throa. The door was quickly shut and all sound was blocked out. Azazel. The older man answered, yes. Valley looked up at him. Why is there a man secured on my bed with restraints and screaming at the top of his lungs with profanity? Oh him. Azazel waved that off and gave a big grin. Last night I tried talking to that kid at his apartment but he didn't seem to want to chat. In fact, he rushed me and tried to kill me with some pretty cool tricks. The older man scratched the back of his head. I guess staking out his house and appearing behind him at the dead of night must have spooked him a little, so he wasn't gonna listen to anything I said. He held up his left hand to show the bandages that wrapped around it. He was out to get me. But I guess that's what devils do when they see fallen angels behind them. Well, why is he here? Because I had to stop him somehow, so I hit him with this knockout pellet I've been working on and he passed out instantly. Unfortunately I panicked thinking people were gonna catch us like that, so I picked him up and brought him here. I thought he would attack again, so I secured his limbs with locks and threw him in your room. Valley's eye twitched. Why my room? Didn't you hear him? He wasn't gonna shut up anytime soon, so I threw him in the soundproof room. Save me the headache. But he's been screaming for hours. Azazel stood there for a moment before shrugging his shoulders and reaching into his sleeve to pull out another pellet. He opened the door and threw it in. This should help. Then I'll know. Not the gas thing again. Don't you? Boom. Thud. Azazel closed the door as the pellet exploded and knocked Naruto out like a light. Azazel nodded. That should give us another 12 hours. Valley looked at the door before looking up at his guardian. So let me get this straight. You stalked a devil, appeared at his home in the middle of the night, knocked him out with a gas bomb, kidnapped him, brought him here, cuffed his limbs together so he couldn't escape, and threw him in a soundproof room so no one could hear him. Azazel nodded. Yes. Valley felt the need to ask, why? Because, if I'm right. Azazel gave a big smirk at the thoughts in his head. He might be the most interesting guy I've met since you. Valley raised an eyebrow and looked at the door that hid the man in question. He then looked down at the older man's hands. So he nearly broke your hands in a fight. Huh. Oh no. He bruised my left hand pretty bad. When he woke up he started biting my right hand in anger. Man, was he pissed. Valley sighed and shook his head. This was so not worth the free lodging. Ugh tilde. Fucking. Stupid gas. Stupid asshole fallen angel and his stupid gas. Naruto groggily moaned as he lifted his head and felt his cheek start to spread out again after being pressed against the floor for the whole time he was out. He shook his head before looking up at the clock to see how much time passed by during this sleep session. 17:53. Hey, that was at least sooner than usual. Maybe he was getting used to the gas. That stupid, shitty gas. 1, 2. He prepared himself before he pressed the large locks that encompassed his arms and hands together against the ground. He really wanted to use his hands to push himself up, but these locks while bonded together separated his hands and arms from the other. The same for the ones around his legs. He couldn't unlock them from the inside. He couldn't even do a hand seal. Not like they did much to help him nowadays anyway, but still. With some extra effort he pushed up, using his chest to keep him steady before quickly jerking sideways and resting against the bed before he fell over. He sighed and looked down at the locks again in thought. He could barely move with these things on. No one could hear him in here. No one knew where he was. In most cases he would have just used Sage mode, broken out of here before that fallen angel guy knew he was gone, get back to Rias, get some food, and come back here ready to rain fucking hellfire down on him. But it didn't work. Naruto closed his eyes again and steadied his breathing. He let every muscle and fiber in his body relax and fall into a rhythm. He could feel the energy and power of the surrounding atmosphere start to filter into him. It was still a strange sensation of taking in this world's natural energy compared to his home. Back then it was like his body was taking in a steady wave of warm water, like a calming shower or bath. But here it felt like hot air, encompassing him in a torrent as if he were standing on the edge of a volcano. Either way, the power slowly started to build. Bzzzt. Ah! Naruto yelled when he felt something like an electric shock run through his whole nervous system. His body shook uncontrollably before he fell back on the bed while the spasm continued to shake him. The sensation died down and Naruto took a deep breath before he opened one eye and looked down at the locks that bound him. The red lights that illuminated from the locks turned back into a steady green color to signal that no energy was being built up inside them. Somehow, this bastard knew he had Senjutsu abilities before they met. And he made a pair of cuffs that stop him from gathering up enough natural energy to change into Sage mode. This guy sucked all kinds of ass, but even Naruto had to admit he was well prepared. Still pissed him off though. The whiskered blonde sighed and laid back in the bed before he just stared at the ceiling. His mind started turning back time and he recollected how he had ended up here in the first place. With that smug jackass and his smug jackass smile. Devil. Mind if I take some time to talk with you? The mixed-haired older man said as he kept his confident smile while standing on the railing of the upper floor. The strange fallen angel's question hung in the air with a stagnant tension as he and the new devil continued to stare each other down. The 12 black wings that came out of the man's back steadily extended and retracted unconsciously as he awaited an answer. Naruto kept his eyes firmly locked with the other man's, until he slowly opened the door to his apartment and shuffled inside. He quietly shut the door behind him and left the older man standing outside without an answer. The fallen angel unlocked his arms before letting them hang by his sides. Really? You're just going to leave without saying anything? I mean, I get the situation was kinda weird, but that's just bad manners. He got no reply. He tapped his foot on the railing impatiently. Should I knock this time? Something is his pocket started beeping to alert the man to the surrounding energies. He sighed and scratched the back of his head. Kid, I've met a lot of people that can use abilities like that. I've figured out ways to tell when you're gathering up energy. So you might as well. Bam. The door blasted off its hinges towards the fallen angel as he leapt off the railing at the last moment as the bent door flew through the air and bounced off the ground below. The older man floated in the air for a moment before he looked over at the doorway that was now absent a door. An eager smile came over his face as the boy stepped out into the light of the moon. Naruto glared up at the composed man that floated in the air without any fear or fret after the sudden attack came at him. Naruto already knew from the way this guy held himself and the sheer indifference he had at the first attack, as well as the power he could sense coming off him this moment, this guy was strong. Stronger than any other fallen angel he had met by a mile. Stronger than that Phoenix asshole riser by a long shot. He was on a completely different level. But with Sage mode, now so was he. The older man gave a small nod. Okay, so it wasn't a trick or illusion, you really can use Senjutsu. That's cool. Makes you that more interesting. Naruto raised an eyebrow. How do you even know me? And how do you know I can use Sage mode? You'd be surprised what videos can be leaked really fast if you just look hard enough. The strange man replied before he raised his eyebrow. Would you believe me if I said I totally came in peace and don't wanna fight at all? Naruto furrowed his strange eyes. Would you believe I have a hard time believing that considering every fallen angel I've met so far has killed first, asked questions later. Plus you don't exactly inspire confidence when you sneak up in the middle of the night in front of someone's house like this. Well, what else was I supposed to do considering when I arrived no one was home and you came back so late? The older man raised his eyebrows jokingly. Plus, house. Really? I've woken up in gutters from week-long binges in better places than this. You might want to consider relocating, especially now that you just blew the door off your own home like that. Naruto looked back at the doorway just in time to see the last screw fall out of place from its empty slot. Yeah, he sorta jumped the gun on that one. He shook his head to focus back on his encounter with the powerful individual above him. Alright, Mr. Peaceful Stalker, you wanna come down here and show you don't wanna fight. The older man tilted his head and looked up in slight thought before a cocky smirk came over his face. He slowly started to lower himself to just a few feet above the ground but stopping and unfolding his arms. He held up his hand and a small light spear formed in his hand. Well, I'd be absolutely lying if the scientist in me wasn't pleading to test this form out. So considering you still aren't gonna trust me at the moment, I might as well test you out. The fallen angel flicked his hand and the light spear came flying down at Naruto. The whiskered blonde stood his ground and appeared as if he was entirely ready to take the weapon head on before he just slightly turned his body at the last possible moment and let the weapon explode a portion of the ground. The older man watched with genuine intrigue before he noticed the blonde with the strange eyes start to step forward. He created a handful of light spears before sending them soaring down at the boy who simply leaned at the last possible moment and avoided the attacks completely. The spears shattered the ground before Naruto grit his teeth and leapt up at the fallen angel with the desire to send him hurtling somewhere else. The mix-haired man raised an eyebrow at the blonde's sudden assault before immediately lowering himself while the kick flew over his head. He landed gently on the ground and looked up in time to see Naruto correct himself in the air and come dropping down on him. The fallen angel took a huge step back as the whiskered man landed and charged after him to attack. Ha! Naruto threw a jab at his enemy who leaned his body out of the way to dodge as he let the fist break into a lamppost. The fallen angel smirked at the man beside him before suddenly grunting as he felt like he failed and the fist was lodged in his ribs. He looked down and saw that he definitely did dodge the attack before his eyes met with the blonde's unwavering glare. Well. The fallen angel's wings stretched out and flapped quickly to lift him up into the air and create a small gust of wind around Naruto. The blonde's hair whipped back and forth as the bent lamppost tipped over and fell into the street. The gust finally died down and Naruto looked up to see the fallen angel hover a dozen meters above him like a feather as he examined his side with curiosity. TCH. Naruto clicked his tongue before bending his knees and jumping up towards the older man, the extra power from Sage mode carrying him up without any difficulty. The mix-haired man chuckled a little before reaching into his pocket and pulling out a small pellet he firmly held onto. You won't get away. Naruto came flying at the fallen angel and the older being held out his left hand in preparation to block. Naruto roared and threw out his fist, the strange man turning in the air and grabbing his fist with his hand even as a loud crack echoed from it. The blonde knew he had injured the man but he then realized that he couldn't escape from the grip on his fist. He was pulled inward by the broken hand and the fallen angel slammed the pellet down on Naruto's head, causing a quick burst of purple gas to pop out before Naruto went tumbling down towards the earth. He fell through the air before landing on a dumpster so hard it warped to his shape. The fallen angel slowly descended down to Naruto's side as the gas started to settle in and his vision started to blacken. The mix-haired man scratched his stubble with his working hand and joked, "Sorry about that, kiddo. I got a little carried away and got sucked up to the fight. When you've been missing out on a good fight as long as I have you sorta lose yourself in it." He looked around their surrounding before asking, we might have caused a bit of a scene. You think we can sit down and have a nice chat when you wake up? His consciousness fading. His natural energy abandoning him as the gas started to work its magic. What could he say just before he slipped into sleep? I'm gonna fucking kick your ass when I get up. Okay, well, that doesn't inspire confidence. The man sighed before Naruto's eyes finally started to close. Well, when you wake up, hopefully I would have found a way for us to have a nice little chat in peace. Devil. Naruto reopened his eyes with sardonic amusement as he looked back down at his restraints. Yep. Nice little chat. Since he had passed out, all that had happened was he woke up, got angry, started swearing so much that he would have put street thugs to shame with his words, and get knocked out a few times with more of those gas pellets. He was not enjoying this experience. Plus he really needed the bathroom. The blonde relaxed against the side of his bed and he contemplated what this situation meant for him. Fallen angels and devils despised each other. At least that was the impression he got from that Rainier woman and her posse when they attacked. Rias said they had been fighting for millennia and her brother stated he fought in a war some time ago. Probably against them as well. By that logic it seemed like they would want to capture him because he is the newest member of Rias peerage. She said her brother was someone very important in the underworld, so any leverage they could gain on him would be useful. Which meant they would probably torture him for information, which was going to suck because he knew fuck all about anything they would want to know. But Naruto had a gut feeling that's not why that guy came to him. Speaking of that guy, he was strong. Way stronger than anybody else he had met so far. He'd put those other fallen angels to shame. He exuded confidence and power. He was calm and collected even when he was under attack. Those spears he made were fast and more powerful than the others he had seen. And he freaking sacrificed his hand to block a punch from him in Sage mode and didn't even flinch. Hated to admit it. But that was awesome. But why would someone like that want to meet with him? And how did he know about him anyway? He said something about leaked videos. And Kaichu said something about having a recording of the raiding game they fought in recently too. Did the video reach that fallen angel guy and he got interested in his sage mode? Well, what could he possibly want from him? And how was he gonna get himself out of here? As Naruto was mulling this crisis over in his head, the door to the room clicked and slowly swung open. The blonde sat up in place and stared down the new arrival. The blonde's blue eyes met a silver-haired boy's yellow as the young man walked in with a tray in his hands. The two strangers just kept up their staring match in silence as the noise and light from the TV started to filter into the room. Naruto wasn't sure how well his unnerving stare was working considering this other guy had the most bored, uninterested gaze he had seen in a long time. If it's any consolation, I detest this situation more than you. Naruto raised an eyebrow skeptically. This was my room and I quite enjoyed the silence it provides away from that moron and his incessant gaming. But now he's put you in here and kicked me out onto the couch. I would have taken his bed but I'm very much aware of the things he does in there. Now he's gone off somewhere and making me feed his pet. Naruto furrowed his eyes. Pet. You're locked away in a cage and kept silent because you're annoying. In no uncertain terms can you not be called a pet. The silver-haired youth bent down and placed the tray down to reveal a bowl of instant ramen steaming in its contents. There was a big conflict debating in the blonde's head at the moment. 1. It was ramen and he was hungry. 2. This guy delivered it and he couldn't be sure it wasn't filled with something. But, it was ramen. While Naruto argued with the right course of action to take, the youth sat down in the bed and picked up the tray before snapping the chopsticks. He started heartily digging into the prepared meal as the prisoner protested, "Hey, what the fuck? Don't eat my meal. It's not your meal. I bought it so it's mine." The silver-haired boy pointed out, "If you wanted food then you should have asked him to set some aside for you." Naruto seethed and growled in anger before reluctantly sitting back against the bed. He stared forward before motioning with a jerk of his head, "Why exactly doesn't that window open? What happens when you need to air a fart or something?" The young man spared the window a look before putting aside the tray and stepping over to the windowsill. He knocked on the window and scoffed, "If you're trying to escape through the window then you would be wasting your time. It's made of some of the strongest material he could find and reinforced with enough magic and seals to withstand a surprise attack, in case any of the other factions tried to ambush while we were sleeping. So does the wall." He stood back up and turned around, "So you aren't escaping through a window and..." He paused when he noticed something about his meal. The bowl was empty. He spared the man sitting beside it a look as the blonde looked back innocently. He smiled and shook his head before raising his gauntlets up. "I'm locked up. It wasn't me. It was probably him getting back by being snarky. Because the very obvious ramen satins around his mouth was a completely different story." Despite the loss of his meal, the young man could do nothing but chuckle lightly in amusement. He shook his head and stepped over to the bed. "Well, I suppose that's what I get for ridiculing you. I guess I deserve that." He reached down to take the tray. Naruto shifted his legs as best he could and jumped up without the use of his feet. Pushing off his knees and heading straight for the young man's head, he brought his locked arms down to try and crack his skull. The boy jerked his head aside at the last moment and avoided the ambush before grabbing Naruto's neck and slamming him down into the floor, getting a groan from the blonde before pinning his neck to the carpet and looming over him. The blonde growled through his teeth and continued to glare at the man over him as he furrowed his eyes in return. He scowled and held his hand over Naruto's face like he was prepared to pluck out his eyes. "Whether you're his guest or pet doesn't matter to me. I am hardly the type to stand by and let someone attack me without any retribution in return. A few extra scars. Maybe a missing eye. What's the worst that could happen?" He slowly started to lower his hand towards Naruto's face, his fingers wavering over the cerulean orbs as the blonde kept his scowl on tight. The fingers stopped just an inch over his head. "Yes. What about it?" the boy suddenly asked to no one as he raised an eyebrow. "Really? Are you sure? You're certain of that? You've had a lot prior to me. You could just be jumbling up all of their faces into one big blur. No. I suppose you couldn't forget someone that did something like that." The silver-haired man's fingers curled and he retracted his hand as he tilted his head in thought. He hummed, "Now that I've gotten the chance to look, he does bear a striking resemblance to the other one. That can't be a coincidence." Naruto moaned in confusion as he was suddenly very uncomfortable being stuck with this crazy person. I'm not sure what you're talking about. But can you please let go now? I'm not sure I like a crazy guy holding my neck down like this. The silver stranger contemplated what he said before releasing his hold on Naruto's neck and standing up. He fixed the ruffle in his black jacket. Apologies. I'm sure for a normal person, it must seem weird for someone to start talking to himself out of the blue like that. Naruto shrugged. Actually, I get where you're coming from. I'm pretty much used to that. The silver-haired man ignored his comment and looked down at him inquisitively. You are a new devil for one of the peerages stationed in this town. Which means you must know of a man named Issei, correct? Naruto's didn't answer except for a quirk in his eyebrow. That was enough of an answer as he stood over the blonde and glared down sternly at him. Tell me, in your own opinion, what kind of man do you believe him to be? A psychotic, boob-loving, clothes-ripping horn dog who'd rather forfeit his own life if that meant there was any chance he would have sex with someone. You're not lying. No, I'm not lying. The silver-haired youth turned around and titled his head in wonder before whispering, has that happened with any of the ones before? No, I'm not asking about whether they had mistresses or concubines. I'm asking whether you would have used a description like that for any of his predecessors. He waited for a moment before chuckling, no. Oh really? Well, this is sure to be interesting. Hey. The strange youth looked back when he heard the blonde speak as Naruto's dryly spoke from the floor, I'm gonna get you back for the next slam. Count on that. The silver-haired teen gave a lopsided smirk as he walked out the door and closed it behind him. I'll be waiting for the day that happens. Devil. And you're saying you have no clue where Naruto-kun may have run off to? I told you I don't. Rias replied to the hologram of her brother in a pointed, impatient, and rather peeved tone. It wasn't actually annoyance or anger directed at her brother. It was just this was another time she was explaining the situation to someone and more time wasted without knowing where her servant was. Well, I certainly haven't seen him around here recently. I would have told you if I was borrowing him for something. The crimson-haired man cupped his chin in thought before asking, who else have you notified? I've told Sona and requested her and her peerage for assistance. Rias replied, they'll notify me when they find him or if they find any clues. All right. Well then I can ask around. Maybe we can request someone to come to the town and sense for him. The mouse suggested before he noticed the worried look on her face. He sighed and lowered his arms to his side. Rias, I know you don't want to hear this. But is there a chance? He didn't stray. Rias interrupted while furrowing her eyes at her brother's suggestion. Naruto wouldn't do that. He agreed to be a part of my peerage now. He promised. I know it's a horrible thing to consider, but we have to be certain, Rias. It might be inconceivable to some, but strays still continue to pop up because they don't honor their words. Sirzechs explained calmly as he tried to keep his sister from releasing her pent-up anger towards him. His eyes softened sadly. For some people, an oath is a contract and a vow to follow someone and complete their duty for however long they must. But for some, they can be just words, repeated but never holding true weight. Rias' angered gaze slowly turned into one of resignation and fear. It was true and she hated to admit that. Some people regretted the decision to become a devil as quickly as they had made it. And for some, it was a life choice forced upon them without their consent. Most people were glad that they would get a second chance to live, in a stronger and more capable body. But some are mortified and only desire to pass on to the next plane of existence. Those that couldn't adjust would go rogue or attack their masters out of retaliation. It was an unfortunate possibility they were all far too familiar with. And they still dealt with strays like that even now. By all means, it was entirely possible that Naruto could have chosen to stray and run off. But I guess now I have a reason to fight. Now that I have something to protect. I can fight for you and the others, Rias. Because you're worth fighting for. That's not it, Oni-sama. The buxom girl shook her head. He wouldn't become a stray. Believe me. The influential devil looked up at his little sister for a silent moment before nodding his head. Very well. I will keeping a search up on my end and see if there is anything we can come up with. He looked at his sister with an apologetic gaze. Be careful, Rias. The transmission cut off and Rias was left staring at her table. She sat back into her couch and gently rubbed the bridge of her nose. It alleviated a fraction of her accumulated stress as she lowered her hand to peek back at the empty room. Bucho. The crimson-haired beauty looked over to the door as Akeno, Kaneko, Eay, and Asia returned after her finished call. They all waited for her to give them any news before she gave a small shake. Nothing. Kaneko and Asia seemed especially saddened by this news as Akeno lowered her head. Eay mashed his teeth together in anger. What the hell is going on? Where did that jerk disappear to? I'm not sure. She muttered to herself, but we can't give up on him so quickly. Absolutely not. Asia proclaimed with a shake of her head. No way. Eay agreed. Wherever he is and whatever he might be doing, we'll find him and bring him back. Eay grinned and pumped his fist, and maybe we'll hit him a little for making us worry so much. A thankful smile came over Ria's face as she nodded in agreement. She rubbed her eyes and felt a wave of exhaustion finally catch back up to her as she struggled to stifle a yawn. She looked back tiredly at the brunette and blonde. Why don't you two head home for now? It's no good if we're all exhausted and tired. She gave a small smile to the juniors. We'll contact you if there's anything else to hear. Eay and Asia looked at each other with uncertainty before turning back to their king. Are you sure, Bucho? Rias simply nodded. Go home and get some rest. I'll see you both tomorrow. The new members of the peerage looked hesitant and uncertain before they reluctantly agreed. They grabbed their bags and waved their friends goodbye before closing the door behind them. Rias leaned back in her seat comfortably and tried to relieve some of the tension she was building. She looked down with a somber expression before looking over to see Akeno and Kaneko still waiting to the side. She leaned her head back to address them. You aren't going to. The busty, ponytailed woman shook her head. I'll stay by your side as long as you need, Bucho. That was her duty as the queen, and she followed through to the letter. Kaneko was not as vocal with her decision but instead walked around the couch and up to Rias. The petite girl sat beside her master and gently leaned in to rest her head on the older woman's shoulder. Rias spared the rook a glance and noticed the sad gleam in her soft eyes. Her usually still face turned down in a sad frown as she settled further into Rias' shoulder. The redhead looked down at her sadly, understanding her worry and fear. She gently rubbed Kaneko's hair, conveying a warmth of comfort and strength to the little girl that was filled with insecurity. She gently whispered, he'll come back. I promise. Kaneko didn't say anything. She just found comfort in Rias' actions and hoped that they would get an answer on where their friend could be soon. Rias continued to stroke her friend's hair before asking her oldest companion, Akeno. Yes, Bucho. Do you know where Yuto is? You said he texted you earlier, right? That's right. Akeno pulled out her phone. Yuto-kun said that there was a matter he had to deal with so he wouldn't be able to make it in today. I followed up but that was the last I heard from him. Matter? She questioned to herself before scrunching up her brow. What's so important that he can't even tell us about it? I'm not sure. But I'm worried that something might be wrong. That was an understatement. One of their own was missing. Another was busy doing something else. And that wasn't all. She could feel it, in the air. Tension. Something was wrong in Kuo town. Devil. Issei-san. Asia looked up at her friend as they made their way back to their house in the evening air. Do you think Naruto-san is okay? You don't think he's hurt or possibly? The nun was worried and paled at the idea going through her head before she felt a reassuring hand on her shoulder. No worries. That guy's too annoying and stubborn to get hurt too bad. Issei could confidently vouch for their senior. He didn't know a lot about Naruto Uzumaki, because the blonde never said much about himself, and the most interaction Issei had with him were snarky jabs and insults to each other. But he did know a few things for certain. He was annoying. And he was tough. He comforted his friend, plus, don't forget that weird super move thing he used in the rating game. He can handle himself. I bet he's just napping somewhere and forgot to come to school or something. Asia gained a small smile and looked amused by his joking manner. I'm not sure even Naruto-san is that lazy. Well, we'll ask him when we see him again. Issei smiled as they arrived at their home and made their way to the door, but let's not think about that for now. Mom and Dad probably have dinner ready and... Asia looked up at the brown-haired boy as he froze in spot and just stared at the door in silence. She tilted her head. Issei-san. You feel it, don't you, partner? Issei felt a strange chill go down his back as he furrowed his eyes at the doorway. What's this feeling? Asia looked confused by his question. What feeling? It's energy. Holy power. Holy power. Holy power. Asia repeated with surprise in her voice. Where? Where do you sense holy power, Issei-san? Issei looked down at her for clarification. Do you know about that stuff, Asia? She nodded. I'm very familiar with it. When I was raised in the church, I would sit in and watch multiple sessions with priests and sisters gathering holy power and channeling it for different uses. The church. Issei repeated before glaring at the house door again. That means the angel faction. I am accustomed to this energy because I have met great opposition over my existence from people from the church who use it. But you can sense it because you are a devil now. This power is foil to your demonic power. Tread lightly, partner. Whatever stands behind this door. May be too strong for you at this moment. Mom. Dad. Issei took a deep breath and slid his bag off his shoulder and dropped it by his side. He gently nudged Asia to stay directly behind him as he felt the tension in her small form. He turned the lock and breached the door, swinging it open slowly to face whatever stood beyond it. Two figures facing away from them. Clad in white cloaks with their hoods down, revealing blue for one and light brown in twin tails for the other. The opening door alerted them both and the two girls turned to face him. They were beautiful, he knew that after just a moment. But in an instant he realized, they were dangerous. His throat dried up. His muscles tensed. He took a deep breath and prepared to summon his boosted gear to fight. Issei-kun. The twin-tailed girl exclaimed with excitement and joy in her voice. She gave him a bright smile and looked at him eagerly. It is you, isn't it, Issei-kun? Do you remember me? Irina Shido. Do you? He could do nothing but blink at the sudden change of atmosphere. Issei. Is that you? You and Asia-chan got home later than usual. His mother said as she emerged from the corner and smiled. Look who popped over to visit. Irina Shido-chan. It was such an unexpected surprise to see her again. The strange girl smiled warmly at his mom and he just scratched his head in confusion. You know this girl, Mom? Of course I do. And you do too. I do. Yes. His mother nodded with a disappointed look in her eyes. Don't you remember at all? She used to live right next door to us before she moved away years ago. You and her used to play together all the time. You were practically joined at the hip. You two were so close. I thought that was a boy. Irina looked perturbed by the statement as his mother gasped and smacked his head. What is wrong with you? How did we ever raise a boy as rude and inconsiderate as you? Sorry, I'm just trying to make sense of this whole thing. He rubbed the red spot on his head and spared the twin-tailed girl a look. I think I remember the person you were talking about, but I could have sworn that was a boy. But if it was her. Wow, I really had no idea. His mother sighed and shook her head. You can be so dense sometimes. She decided to move past the discomfort and smile at the young lady again. Anyway, Irina-chan is stopping over in town for a few days and wanted to say hello. And she brought her new friend Xenovia-san. Xenovia. She corrected. Oh. She bowed her head to the blue-haired foreigner. I'm terribly sorry. It's fine. Some people mispronounce my name more often than not. The other girl responded, sounding to him like a girl perfectly adjusted to the language, but most likely sounding like someone who struggled with the words to anyone that didn't have automatic translation like devils did. It was the same with Asia when they first met. She looked towards Irina. We should get going. Yeah. You're probably right. The more plucky girl agreed as she and her compatriot headed towards the door as she waved goodbye. See ya, auntie. I'll try to come over again to say goodbye before I leave. Hold on. They stopped when Issei called out to them as he was on edge. He spared a look over at Asia before he stood up tall and followed after them. Let me at least walk you two home. The two cloaked girls stayed silent as his mother clapped. Oh. Issei, I'm so proud of you. You're not a total lost cause after all. Thanks, Mom. He and Asia followed behind the white-cloaked duo as they closed the door behind them. They took a few more steps down the street, away from the house and any prying eyes before the two girls came to a stop. They slowly turned around to face Issei and Asia as they shared a look. Asia nodded and spoke up with some worry in her voice. Why, you two are from the church forces, correct? The blue-haired girl nodded. That is correct. I am Xenovia, a representative for the Catholic Church and the Vatican. Asia looked surprised to know the girl was from the same sect of Christianity as her, and this, as you already know, is Irina Shido, a representative for the Protestant Church. The bubbly girl smiled and waved to them. And you both are devils, correct? Eay and Asia looked between each other before he asked, did you not know that? This really was just a quick little visit to pop over and say hi. Irina pointed out before a look of sadness overwhelmed her features and she nearly cried, but I had no idea my dear childhood friend had been converted into a devil since I had last seen him. Oh, how cruel this is. Weird girl. But this is most beneficial. Xenovia stated, Irina wiping her eyes before nodding in reluctant agreement. You two are members of one of the devil peerages that occupy this town, correct? Eay narrowed his eyes and asked with hostility, why do you want to know? He had never met a member of the angel faction before, predominantly dealing with the devil and fallen angel faction. But this was the same side that excommunicated Asia and called her a witch. So needless to say that he wasn't a big fan. Relax. Xenovia stated with a small chuckle at his hostile stance, we haven't come to fight you or any of your devil companions. Her eyes focused with intent, but we must speak with your master as soon as possible. Why? Because it is entirely possible that this town may become the center of a battlefield soon enough. Devil. He could feel it. Through his skin. Through his muscles. Down to his very bones he could feel it. They were here. He didn't think this chance would present itself to him so soon. He thought he would have to wait for some point in his very long lifespan as a devil for the perfect opportunity to hunt and destroy them to present itself. But this was it. So many pieces were being brought together and gathered right here, right now. Fried Selzen had a piece of the blade here, and he was planning to do something with it. That man was already a target of theirs, but this just gave him more reason to search and attack. Whatever reason they were in this town, whatever purpose they were planned for, didn't matter. Excalibur. Kiba growled out through clenched teeth as he felt those blessed blades resonant with some deep, buried part of him. He would avenge those that he had lost. He would destroy the holy blade. No matter what he had to give up or do to do it. Devil. So, to what do I owe the pleasure of an unexpected and unannounced visit from representatives of the Catholic Church and Protestant Church in my territory? Rias questioned with a very firm, intimidating, almost frightening tone in her voice while her subordinates stood behind her seat. She raised a thin eyebrow to her visitors expectantly. I certainly hope you didn't risk the trip just for some sightseeing. Not at all. Xenovia returned the banter in kind, not affected by Rias' stern look or tone at all. Certainly this country is beautiful, but we were sent here on a mission. And that mission is what we have come to discuss with you. Sorry to inform you, but your missions to spread your word and influence really don't interest me. That's not our objective. Irina shook her head, and this mission concerns every person, devil or human, in this town. The fallen angel known as Kokabil has made a base here in this town. Ria's eyes widened as she looked back, seeing her peerage having similar reactions with a particularly angry scowl on Akino's usually soft face. Ria's eyes narrowed again before she turned back to the church girls. What would one of the Gregory be doing here? Experimentation. Experimentation. Kokabil and his followers have procured the remnant pieces of Excalibur from several factions of the church around the world. We believe he plans to reunite them into a single holy sword once more and attack with it. Xenovia answered, if he can find someone with a suitable compatibility to Excalibur, then he'll have a veritable one-man army on his side to attack. Rias asked the question that had been on her mind, and why would he be here? By our estimation, because you and Sona Citri are based here. Irina answered politely, we believe that he plans to attack or even kill you here to send a message to your siblings, the Mao. Attacking the leaders of the devil's closest family is undoubtedly a solid way to instigate conflict. She was a target. And Sona too. Ria's eyes focused in thought before she questioned, if he has the chance to recreate one of the strongest blades in the world, why hasn't he done so yet? Our guess. Time. Effort. Suitable fighters. But the greatest reason, Xenovia tapped on the massive wrapped package she had rested by the couch, is because we are carrying the last two pieces of the Excalibur with us at all times. Asia gasped and Issei felt an unnerving chill return through him as he finally realized why these two sent such a creeping fear through him. Kaniko's arms tensed slightly in preparation for anything, but Rias and Akeno kept their composure. The redhead inquired, "Are you sure that in a mission where pieces of Excalibur are being hunted and collected, it was wise to bring the last two pieces so close to them? If we cannot recover the pieces of Excalibur, then we are to destroy them so no one may use them again. And in order to break a holy sword like that, we need a holy sword with capabilities like these." Xenovia patted the giant weapon again before looking back to her hosts. "That is why we were sent here. Collect the blades, or destroy them. And in case we fail, the final piece is being kept stored far away from here, under constant lock and protection. They will not allow the holy sword to be completed on our watch." "That's all well and good, but what does it have to do with us?" Rias asked as she crossed her legs and folded her arms beneath her chest. "Going by the situation you explained and the directness of this threat, I would dare say you are opting for a collaboration between us until this matter is solved. A sort of, enemy of my enemy, solution." Xenovia smirked. "No such plan, actually." "Good." Rias returned with her own smirk, "Because as much as I hold no love for the fallen angels, I still have a hard time standing by the church in a battlefield." "We understand. And we are not asking for yours or Citri-san's assistance," Irina stated. "We merely ask that you allow us to handle this matter ourselves until it is settled. This is an internal affair." Xenovia spoke with a serious edge in her voice. "As such, this is the church's duty to settle it ourselves. We will locate the fragments, deal with them as instructed, and leave this town before we overstay our welcome. Or at least, before we become a daily hindrance for you and your group." Rias sat on the idea for a moment, closing her eyes. It didn't sit well with her that there was a dispute between two different factions on her turf. And that one side had literally come to her base to tell her, "This will happen, don't get involved." It was enough to make her pull out her hair. But, if the sister of Amao made a deal to work alongside the church, naysayers and critics would have a field day with it. So, despite her incredible reluctance. "Very well." She agreed through her barely contained frown before nodding. "I shall relay the same terms to the Citri peerage as well. We will not interfere in this matter. But you better be able to solve this quickly. Agreeing to stand aside does not equate to me condoning further disputes like this on my grounds. If the church has problems like this again, make sure to solve them somewhere else." Noted. Xenovia nodded before she and Irina stood up. "Well, now that we have that matter settled, we need to get going back to our base of operations. Thank you for having us, Rias Gremory." "Wait." The two church representatives stopped in place and looked back to see the contemplative expression on Rias' face. She closed her eyes for a moment before asking, "Have either of you two had any run-ins with another devil since you arrived here?" Tall. Blonde. Blue eyes. Goes by the name Naruto. The two females looked between each other in confusion before shaking their heads. "We are not familiar with the man you are describing. Our apologies." Rias was silent before nodding. "Very well. Issei, can you and Asia please escort our guests out?" The two girls looked ready to decline. "This is my territory, and I am allowing you to engage with the enemy here. I would at least appreciate that you do not deny my hospitality while you are here as well." They seemed reluctant before nodding and heading out the door with Issei and Asia following as well. Once the group was gone, Rias stood out of her seat and stepped over to her desk. She placed her hands against the desktop and tensed them in anger as her shoulders shook. Akeno and Kaniko were worried by her behavior and asked, "Bucho?" Naruto was missing. Yuto was busy elsewhere. The church had initialized a secret mission here without warning. And a member of the Gregory was preparing something big to cause a ruckus. Things were getting out of hand. And she did not like that one bit. Devil. "So, you were always a girl?" Issei asked. Bewildered at this revelation, he was still trying to wrap his head around. "You weren't a boy that discovered he was a girl, are you?" "I don't care if you were, but I swore that was a boy I used to hang out with as a kid." Irina blushed in embarrassment and stammered, "And no. I've always been a girl. I was just a big tomboy when we used to play as kids." So I suppose I can see where your confusion comes from, but still Issei-kun, this is ridiculous." "Really? Issei questioned while he walked beside his supposed childhood friend as Asia trailed behind him by a foot and Xenovia led several feet ahead. He tilted his head, so we skipped rocks. Yes. And watched Super Sentai and Kamen Rider together. Yep. And you were the one I peed into a pond with. Issei scratched his head, because I swear you were a boy because we were standing up when that happened. Irina's face mixed between pale and flushed as Asia looked surprised and Xenovia had to stop to look at her partner strangely. Really, Irina? I was young. Aa and I was playing with my friend. Irina stuttered with mortification in her voice, and it's not like I do anything like that anymore. I swear. No, it's all right. You don't have to be so defensive. Xenovia returned, a hint of playful teasing in her usually stern voice. You can do whatever you are comfortable with. Ah. Xenovia. Irina whined, why are you making fun of me? You're always so bull-headed and idiotic. Why is it you're all jokey now at my expense? Issei gulped and slowed down so that he gave the unusual partners a wide berth. He trailed back before walking beside Asia as he noticed the shorter girl had lowered her head and seemed more reserved than usual. Asia, are you okay? The short blonde looked up to her friend and he got a better view of the sadness she was trying to hide. She soberly lowered her eyes and tried to hide it behind an unconvincing smile. I'm sorry to make you worry, Issei-san. I'm just a little conflicted about what's happening. What do you mean? I mean I love being here with you and everyone else. Issei-san, Bucho-san, Akeno-san, Kiba-san, Naruto-san, and Kaneko-chan. I'm happy I got to meet all of you. And the Orc is such a wonderful place. But, her eyelids became a little heavier and Issei could spot minuscule drops of tears forming in her eyes, but seeing members of the church again, and coming here to help save it. There's a small part of me that wants to do something to help the church again, but I know that would be against everything it means to be a devil and a member of Bucho-san's peerage. Yet even so, she felt compelled to help the church. Why wouldn't she? She had been raised by the church and its facilities her entire life. Even if she was a devil now, even if she was excommunicated and treated like a pariah, he knew how much she loved God and his message. And she wanted to help the church somehow. The church's concerns weren't his problem, but Asia's worries were something he would always try to take care of. He looked up to the special team. Hey. You too. Another voice interjected from the side and all four teens looked over to see a figure emerge from the shadows. From the shadows, walking out into the light of the night sky and street lamps down the streets, Kiba strode forward with a bleak look on his face. Kiba-san. Kiba. Issei called out, there you are. Where have you been all day, man? We've already got one person missing, we don't need two. I'm sorry. Xenovia spoke up and got their attention. Is this the devil you had lost track of? What? No. This is. Issei looked Kiba over before signing, another tall, blonde guy with blue eyes. Rias Gremory seems to have a type. The blue-haired girl with the green highlight noted to her partner quietly, Irina nodding in agreement. Yeah, this is Kiba. The brunette stated before shrugging, the guy we're looking for is similar but he has whiskers. Whiskers. I haven't met anyone with facial hair since we arrived here in Japan. No. Asia tried to clear up the misunderstanding. When he means whiskers, Naruto-san actually has whiskers. L-like little whisker marks on his cheeks. Issei nodded. Basically he looks like a cat with a big frown on his face. Irina smiled. Oh, I love those pictures. They're so cute and funny. Excuse me. Kiba spoke up with more bass in his voice, immediately grabbing all their attention again as the blonde aimed his glare towards the church representatives. He asked with a harsh tone, so you two are the other representatives sent by the church, correct? Other. Irina and Xenovia shared a look before their eyes narrowed dangerously. There was a priest sent here as reconnaissance for this mission. But we lost contact with him before we arrived here. Did you? I found him. And he was killed. By a man named Fried Selzen who was wielding a fragment of Excalibur himself. I fended him off and escaped, but he still has a piece of that sword. Asia gasped and Issei cursed in anger while the cloaked girls kept their focused demeanor intact. Irina shook her head. If they already have someone who's compatible with the swords, then we can't waste any more time. Xenovia nodded. We have to go. Wait. Kiba stepped forward again, getting the two girls' attention as his eyes measured them up. Your pieces of Excalibur. Give them to me. Looks of surprise and suspicion quickly covered their faces as that knight kept his furious glare. Xenovia stepped forward. What do you mean by that, exactly? Exactly what you heard. I can sense you're carrying pieces of Excalibur with you. Kiba's eyes narrowed. You don't need to worry about your mission either. I'll find those other pieces and destroy them completely as well. Issei grabbed his shoulder and roared. What the hell are you talking about? What's this about, Kiba? Sorry. The usually polite and kind boy grabbed his friend's hand and forced it off his shoulder as he kept his eyes locked with the girls, but this is something I must do. Oh really? And does this duty come from a vindictive devil king, or? No. He denied fervently, this desire is mine and mine alone. He held out his hand. Now, either hand over your pieces of Excalibur. A black sword formed in his palm, or I shall take it by force. Eay and Asia looked at Kiba in shock as Xenovia sent Irina a quick look. The twin-tailed girl sighed and took several steps back before the blue-haired girl hefted her giant weapon off her back entirely. She ripped off her cloak, revealing the tight black battle garment beneath it as she smiled challengingly. Well then, come and take it. Kiba don't. Ha! The speedy knight dashed forward in a blur of black as his blade impacted against Xenovia's, forcing its wrapping to fly off and reveal the massive, elegant gold blade that laid beneath it. The force of Kiba's attack drove her back and they skidded along the street for a dozen meters before they stopped in an open, more rural spot. Asia, Issei, and Irina jogged after them as the perverted student looked on in shock. Holy shit. Is that? Yep. One of the Excalibur fragments passed on to us. Excalibur destruction. Irina answered with a small smile. Should be pretty easy to guess how it got a name like that. Kiba's and Xenovia's blades scrapped against each other as they vied for dominance, the girl edging out with the help of her much larger weapon. Kiba grit his teeth and groaned in an effort to push her back as Xenovia kept a calmer expression. Her face scrunched up before she pushed him back and swung through his sword. Wrah. Crack. Kiba's sword shattered like glass against Excalibur destruction. The handsome young man immediately reacted and jumped back to gain distance from her. She took a moment to reposition herself in a battle stance as he frowned and created two blades with sword birth. They released waves of cold and heat before he dashed forward and swung the swords wildly in blurs of red and blue. The waves of contrasting powers bounced and swirled around them as Xenovia blocked each strike with her massive weapon. Kiba was hoping that the immediate changes in extreme temperatures would hinder or even chip Excalibur, but fire and ice just dissipated against it uselessly. She swung the huge sword out and shattered both blades before bringing it down towards him, forcing that knight to leap back and avoid any danger. Xenovia strolled forward, dragging her sword at her side before effortlessly lifting it up at her side. She stated with a firm edge in her voice, "Is that all you have to offer? Because never mind destroying Excalibur or defeating Kokobil's forces, you'll fall to me long before you try anything else." Enough. Kiba created several more blades from the ground, each with different affinities and powers as he pulled them out to attack. He sent wave after wave of elemental attacks towards the blue-haired girl that guarded against them with her blade. Kiba. Stop it. Issei yelled desperately to the other teen who just ignored him and continued attacking. He grit his teeth and summoned his boosted gear to intervene. Damn it. Hold on, Issei-kun. Irina blocked him before he could interfere and shook her head. Whatever this is, I don't think it's a good idea to get involved with it. Xenovia is a bit of a hard head. Even if you call out and tell her to stop, she's so focused on the fight right now she'll ignore us. And if you get caught in a slash from Excalibur destruction, you'll be killed instantly. Well, what about Kiba? Irina lowered her arm. If you want you can keep trying, but we should stay on the sides and make sure this fight stays contained. Why? Because otherwise, this fight will spiral out and get people's houses involved as well. We need to be ready to stop either one of them at the perfect moment. And we'll just get killed getting involved right now. Ah! Kiba roared as his hands blurred while waving the blades. He grabbed one that released a wave of wind towards the girl before quickly grabbing another that created fire. He swung one that sent waves of darkness out. And another that made light. Kiba's arms disappeared in a burst of speed as he swung swords and lodged them into the ground again at amazing speeds. His barrage continued. Now is enough. Kiba felt a strange shockwave run through his body before a massive blast cratered the ground in front of him. The force of the crater shattered every blade close to him and blasted away the smoke and Kiba altogether. Xenovia was down on one knee, her hands gripping the handle of the sword after she had slammed it down to form the massive crater. She lifted her head and sprinted up the wall of the crater to pursue her enemy. Kiba immediately recovered, letting out a groan of discomfort before quickly using his sword birth. He pulled it out and prepared to defend. Crack! The pieces of his sword flew up in front of him as the handle broke into dust. His eyes widened in shock as the massive holy sword then came up just under his neck and stopped him from making any retaliating movement. The blonde boy froze and his hands lowered to his side as the tip of the massive sword rose, making him rise up as well with the threat that it would cut his neck with one wrong move. He stood up and stared down the length of the blade and into Xenovia's eyes as she easily held the massive Excalibur with one hand. His eyes remained still as hers narrowed. Do you yield? His brow furrowed. Never. Then will you stand out of our way? Not as long as those swords exist. So even if you die, which you most certainly will with your skill set against a foe of greater caliber, you will not stop your mission to destroy these blades. Even if I break and shatter in this life. His cerulean eyes sharpened. My hatred for Excalibur will carry on. And I will force myself to live until I can use my last breath, to wipe every remnant of Excalibur out of existence. I see. Xenovia lowered her sword and struck Kiba across the face with a fist, knocking him down on his back before she turned around. Irina met her halfway and returned her cloak as Xenovia secured it to her shoulders and hefted the massive sword on her back. She sent one last look to the downed blonde before announcing, your drive is commendable. But the rest of you is foolish. You have a desire. But if you try as you are, you shall die. Plain and simple. Stay out of our way, devil. And hope someday in the future, you'll be strong enough to have a chance. Kiba sat up with a bruised face and panting in anger as he watched the church girls walk out of sight. Eay and Asia watched them before running over to his side. He grit his teeth and clenched his fist hard enough that blood came down his palm. All these years and all this anger. All this time he was fighting to avenge the people he lost. But it only got him this far. Devil. Azazel walked into his apartment with a bag of snacks and goods in hand. He chewed on a pocky stick before looking around the empty complex. Valley. You in here. Brought dinner. Or at least the thing that will substitute our dinner until we either get delivery or instant ramen again. Kid. The older man looked around before noticing a note resting on the couch. He read it. Your guest annoys me. Going out. Well, looks like his charge lost the battle of patience with their guest, unwilling hostage. He totally expected that. The fact that the note alluded to the guest still being alive was a marvel in itself. He was probably hungry. Knowing Valley, he called it quits hours ago and just fucked off. Azazel shrugged and decided to finally face his little anomaly himself. He'll bring the snacks too. That'll totally mend bridges. He walked around the corner and opened the soundproof door to enter and found nothing. How? Gotcha bitch. Naruto dropped down from overhead and landed on Azazel's head. Aghhh. The fallen angel grunted as he struggled to maintain the weight that bucked back and forth on his shoulders. He dropped the bag of snacks as the whiskered devil started slamming his sturdy shackles against the crown of Azazel's head. Ow. Thwack asterisk fuck. Thwack asterisk fucking. Thwack asterisk if you thwack asterisk little cunt. Naruto quickly repositioned himself and moved his arms so that they slid over the older man's head before pulling back and choking the man with the restraints on his arms. Azazel gasped and heaved uselessly with the force applied on his neck as Naruto kept choking him. Fuck it. 6 pairs of black wings unfolded from his back, knocking Natuto's position off until he was just hanging off Azazel's back like a child. The fallen angel pounced forward and started slamming them both into everything he could find. Naruto and the fallen angel collided into the wall, the ceiling, the bed, the floor, the door, the walls, the bookcase, and everything else even remotely sticking out of the room. Azazel finally slipped his head out and Naruto went falling off until he landed roughly on the ground. Azazel slammed into the wall as his wings retracted in and he slid to the floor as well. The two men stayed lying on the floor and moaning, panting for air after the wild but unwelcome experience of pile driving into everything. Azazel rubbed his burning throat and asked, how did you climb up over the doorway? Naruto struggled to open up one eye and said through the panting, I'm very persistent. Huff huff ha ha ha. The fallen angel couldn't help but laugh at the answer as he sat up properly while leaning against the wall. He took a moment to get his bearings before crawling over towards the blonde. Naruto seemed cautious at first, but when the fallen angel gently grabbed his shoulders and sat him up, he relaxed more as he was propped against the side of the bed again. The fallen angel smiled and stepped over to the wall before just sliding down and enjoying the cool sensation of the floor. He spotted the bag of dropped goodies and picked them up before offering them to the blonde, hungry. Who are you? You can call me Azazel. Okay. And is that supposed to mean something or what? The fallen angel chuckled, I guess not. Doesn't really matter who I am. Sorta does. Naruto countered with a furious frown, because with waking up in a strange room, getting gassed several times with those stupid pellets, no contact, having a quick fit with that white-haired prick, and the fact that I really need to piss, I'm looking for something that matters. He yelled before waving his locks around wildly, also let me go to the bathroom. I refuse to piss my pants. Azazel stayed silent as he and the young man across from him continued staring. He looked down for a moment before breaking the silence. Your name is Naruto Uzumaki-kun, correct? Naruto didn't make an effort to respond. I'll take that as a yes. That name can't be a coincidence. Naruto felt his interest peak. What does that mean? Tell me, Naruto. The older man ignored his inquiry and settled back in his spot for comfort. Do you know what the dimensional gap is? Naruto peaked an eyebrow, as if relaying to the other man why he even bothered to ask the question. Right. Well, the dimensional gap is in the most simplest term space. The space found between each of our worlds. And when I say that I don't mean Earth and Mars and Venus and stuff. I mean our separate realms. Azazel raised his hands and started bordering off space in front of him, human realm. Underworld where yours and my people live. We don't like to intermingle. And heaven, for the angels and lost souls. 3 separate worlds with an empty void between all of them. This is a known fact. A coy smile came to Azazel's face, but it can't just be those 3, right? Naruto just blinked in boredom. The dimensional gap is infinite. There are a scarce few things in this world that can move through the void without dying. And beyond our 3 worlds, we don't know what else lies out there. A big, childish grin formed on his face and he bounced with excitement. Doesn't that just scream the great unknown? Uncharted territory. The final frontier. It's all so mysterious and crazy, but it seems so amazing. Okay, Tilda. Naruto rolled with the madman's yammering, and why are you telling me this? Well, this is all just theory, mind you, considering I can't find someone with enough magical power to create a barrier and travel with me out through the dimensional gap until we find something, but I think there is an entire meta-universe accessible through the void. Or, better called a multiverse. Now do you know what a multiverse is? I'm just gonna save you the time now and tell you I really don't care. You see, the multiverse. Oh, for fuck's sake. Is the theory that there are an infinite number of other possible universes branching off from our own. Some people believe that the differences between these universes can be infinitesimal, like the differing outcome of a coin flip. Others think it's a vast change that separates us, like an extinction event occurring that wipes out mankind and reinvigorates the reign of dinosaurs. Naruto seemed surprised by that example as Azazel smiled. The best thing about multiverse theory is that both of those ideas are possible. Infinite realities. Well, that's cool and everything. But why are you bringing this up? Naruto inquired uncertainly. Azazel's grin settled back into a smile. Well, with multiverse, every imaginable scenario or dream could be a reality. You could be a pirate. Or a Grim Reaper. Or a detective. Or an astronaut. Or a mage. Or an alien. Or a dog. Or a cat. You could be the strongest, most invincible entity that rules an entire plane of existence. Or the weakest, most fragile creature ever to walk the earth. Worlds where all your wildest dreams come true. Or worlds where you were denied everything you ever hoped for. You could have existed on other planets millennia ago. Or never even existed in those realities in the first place. There are probably even some worlds where we merely exist as fictional characters. in books or TV shows and manga. Naruto felt a strange sense of smallness he supposed comprehending an idea like that. He shook his head before focusing on the here and now again. You're stalling. Does this science lesson have a purpose or do you just like to hear yourself talk? Meh. Little bit of both. Azazel stated unabashedly before nodding, but this science lesson would be more substantial if it wasn't just a theory. Except, it might not be anymore. Azazel sat up. You see, I had been thinking about something for quite a while now. There are so many other possible worlds and universes out there that what if it was possible, that the dimensional gap had different properties connecting all of them? Naruto raised an eyebrow in thought. I mean connecting our worlds it is destructive and a kaleidoscope of colors. But what if the void was white for other worlds? Or black? Or pink? What if it was just totally ludicrous and the vast void of several worlds was plaid? He smirked. What if it had structures inside it? What if some people from these other universes were capable of moving through the void without dying? I mean, I know for a fact some things can live in it. Granted, they're antisocial and keep to themselves, but they're both rather sturdy to exist in it all the time. That was a theory of mine that I kept to myself, until... Naruto asked, until what? Until over a year ago we discovered a shockwave of energy pass through the dimensional gap from the force of an explosion that could only be described as impossible. And then, around the same time, a boy appeared in this town and went into a coma with no name, no record, no identification, and was covered with residual energy matching the one from that same explosion. For someone that believes there is something out there in the dimensional gap. I was understandably intrigued by this news. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he sat up. Azazel did the same and smiled. So tell me, what was your universe like, Naruto Uzumaki?